Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, September the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Excuse me, just give me one moment, please. Sorry about that. Yeah, so my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. And yeah, we got some excitement this morning for sure. So Pixie, and by the way, I'm just looking at JA, Pixie on fire right at the top of my pre-market actives. So I don't know what you're looking at exactly, but anyway, pre-market actives. Some kind of a spin-off. The big deal, of course, is that float. It has about a half a million in the float, according to our information. Give me a moment. According to our information, actually, it went to that float checker website, and that seems to be about the consensus. I know Yahoo has more and Finviz has more, but there are three other sites that have about half a million. So anyway, definitely. Just give me one moment, please. Something's happened to my Bluetooth. Just give me one moment. All right, we're back. Now, AMLX, that was halted. I don't think it opened until this morning. Of course, this is an Alzheimer play drug. FDA looks like they have approved it. Is that correct? Yeah. ALS drug wins backing of FDA advisory panel. So I don't want to say they've approved it. So it's won the backing of the FDA advisory panel. And as Zach mentioned yesterday, this one, Rita, is sort of being pulled along by it. With a sympathy play, RETA. Nexi, NEXI. I was looking to short that one and I just kind of lost focus a bit. Yeah, so NEXI mentioned in the room that it was shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, and I just kind of lost sight of it. Anyway, NEXI popped up. I don't see any. Yes, there is some news. Solexis and them sign a service agreement, etc. So there was some news. Interesting now. First Solar, FSLR, a couple of solar plays here. Goldman has upgraded First Solar and put a price target of 172 on FSLR, but they have downgraded CSIQ, Canadian Solar, and they've downgraded that one with a price target of 38. So they've got two solar plays, one on an upgrade, one on a downgrade with some price targets. MQ. Let's see, was that an earnings play? No, not an earnings play. Yeah, the reason I look at MQ is you can see, look at this daily chart here, guys. I mean, if it takes out 7 somehow, I mean, there's nothing. Next low is 6 underneath it, MQ. So I just thought, you know what, worthwhile just maybe even sticking an alert right around 698 and seeing what happens. I don't see any specific. I mean, I see a Wells Fargo downgrade, but that's about it. And the price target is cut to 7. So SAN, ASAN is an earnings play. A pretty good looking daily chart, guys. Excuse me. I mean, obviously looks like there's a lot of resistance around 29, but we're only at 2350. So, I mean, there are little areas on the way up, but it is an earnings play, released earnings after hours. And I think more importantly is that they released earnings after hours, and it has maintained that after hours gap. It hasn't given any of it up. In fact, it's added a little bit to it. INM, this one was really active yesterday, all the way up to 12 something, 1224, pulled all the way back down to 866. Active again, up 18%, low float. RVNC, I believe they did get FDA approval. RVNC, a frown drug. Okay. American Eagle Outfitters, AEO, is an earnings play and gap down on earnings. Wow, look at this gap down. Whew, nothing underneath it now. I mean, I could go back obviously a few years, but boy, look at this. Yeah, so there's nothing really holding AEO up recently anyway. And that's an earnings play. SLVM, don't know anything about this one because I don't think there's any news on this one. SLVM, now gap down almost to the 200-day moving average, getting very close. 36, in fact, I'm sorry, it's just below it. 36.66 is the 200-day, so it's just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. I'm just trying to see if I see any news on this one. I don't see any news. I don't know this company at all. Paper mills, okay. Yeah, Pixie is not a. I mean, it's like an IPO, one of those crazy IPOs that has gone crazy. It's an offering. Thank you, Zach. So SLVM is an offering. I wonder why it's not showing up at all. Excuse me, Interactive Brokers. Now I see it. Is that crazy? I see it right now. Yeah, offered via Citi. Billy, BILI, China company, BILI, earnings play, gabbing down on earnings somewhat. Love, LOVE is an earnings play, gap up on earnings. LOVE, little gap up, not huge, not a lot of volume. And last, you guys were talking about Ribbon. That just snuck into my list as this was happening. RIVN, Mercedes, yeah, Mercedes Benz, and sign a memorandum of understanding. Okay. All right. Just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. I did see this purple biotech. I don't trust it too much. I don't think it's going to go that much. MULN. Oh, okay. MULN, very cheap one, just got halted because of news. MULN. So we are in for a gap down, guys. We can see it right here. So yesterday's action might be fleeting. There's a gap down. Look at this, 45 minutes now, straight down on the SPY. Yeah, I don't have any faith in these little ones, guys, that are going to have any run in them. I did see BCLI, I did see SGRP. Excuse me. Just don't have that much faith that they're going to have any run. Definitely got my short hat on again today. All right, it is 9:11, so let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analyst this morning. And we have a few upgrades, a few more downgrades, so let me get some of them in. Yeah, I do see an upgrade by Deutsche Bank for Moderna, mRNA. Upgrade for Maxon, MAXN by Goldman, and actually Goldman's a little bit active this morning. They run MAXN, KMI, and mentioned First Solar. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me just take a look at what MAXN is doing. MAXN, if there's any movement at all? A bit of a movement. Ah, solar company. Okay, MAXN. Interesting that they're downgrading CSIQ, and then they're also upgrading KMI. All right, get the downgrades. Excuse me, downgrades in now. All right, just a few more to go. Goldman's pretty active this morning. Couple of other downgrades. I did see this one. This SHLS has been downgraded by Goldman. Let's see what they do. They have a price target or anything? Yeah, this has been downgraded. Price target lowered from 23 to 21. Okay, that is SHLS. And then WMB. Okay, one moment, please. Hmm. Welcome back, Ija. You missed nothing. Okay, that's what I forgot. I'm sorry, guys. I was forgot to ask if you guys could hear me and see my screen. That's what I forgot in my panned script. But thank you, Green. Obviously, you guys can hear me and see my screen. So, JA, if you want exactly what I've got here, the pre-market actives up and down, I'm sharing. That's just a scan I put together. I've been using this one for probably, I don't know, 10 years now. Okay, so go to my homepage. I mean, there is a pre-market channel, but it may not have everything that I have. So if you want what I have, go to my homepage, just typed it in, put it in the YouTube area, okay, and go to the scan section and look for pre-market actives up and down, okay? And I almost guarantee you will not miss anything. There are a ton of yeah, there are a ton of shares available. 11 million at Interactive Brokers to short regarding RIVN. So again, JA, if you click on my homepage link and then click on the scan section, go to the scan section, and right there, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, then you'll have what I see every morning, okay? Yeah, no pixie shorts for me, unfortunately. Boy, that's got to come down in a big way. No pixie shorts though. Yeah, 10, such a big area for AEO. It's just a little bit below 10 now. And I'd have to, I don't know how far back I have to go to see the next lows. Yes, right here. So back a couple of years, a little over 2 years for those lows. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector, see what's happening. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Click on Show More, and we get to our sector status. So yeah, so we know the market. So everything's down except for energy. So our energy, XLE, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, which is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 90% green, that means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So I haven't even checked the price of oil, but I guess it must have gone up a little bit anyway. Whereas take a look at every other sector, there is nothing that is over 50%. Even utilities, the flight to dividends, etc., even that's under 50%. So we're in for a rocky start anyway. Now we'll take a look at this. Take a look at this in a different way, maybe around 10 to 10:15, and we'll look at it, the change from the open. So you could see you could see the energy stocks, they could still be above yesterday's close, but to see how they're doing from their opening trade. Well, if you got a cheer company on, I guess this one, AMLX, guys. This is almost an all-time high also. I guess this is the all-time high up here. Looks like this is it, 33.41. Yeah, this REIT still has some room. The 200-day moving average is 32.57, so that's above it. Again, this is being pulled up by the AMLX. The volume yesterday, and it's a low float, 28 million in the float, so that is a low float. And Billy continues down here, guys, on earnings. Looks like the next low is around this 1946. Is that right? I think 1946 is the next low. So we're at 21, so that's about a dollar and a half, a little over a dollar and a half away. All right, I don't know that I've seen them before, but I don't know what sort of weight they carry. But Chardon Capital has initiated coverage on this purple biotech PBBT, and wait for it, $11 price target. So we're sitting at 251 right now. They put an $11 price target. Yeah, no kidding. There's a dot there. Well, it's almost getting to that area that I said is the next low. 1946. So it's only, yeah, look at that, 1990. So 1946 is the next low. Yeah, this is what I saw. So rare cancers and autoimmune disorders. So yeah, they signed a service agreement. So it's this company called Solexis and Nexi. I did read that. Is it a clinical trial? I can't see. It just says signing a service agreement to advance. But you've probably seen the same headline. Signed a service agreement to develop cell lines, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see any. All right, so we've had 45 minutes of straight selling, maybe a little pause in that selling. See what happens here with that candle. Can it maintain being green a little bit, or are we going to have a further sell-off before this market opens? IFRX. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to be super active. IFRX. Well, okay. The only thing I can say, phase three, phase three results, and that's his phase three results. So I guess it's a COVID play. I guess they're obviously, well, they're being met with some positivity over the 200-day moving average, 260. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. I guess it's got room to that three level in theory. So there's IFRX. Not very much volume though. This is a German company, I think. Yeah, German company. So not very much volume yet. Sand is starting to actually fade here, guys. ASAN is starting to fade a little bit here with the market. So I did mention DWAC, guys. So at noon Eastern time, I guess they're going to have the shareholder vote. Okay, so that's what I read this morning, though, at noon. Well, I don't know if it's going to be over and done with at noon, but maybe starting at noon Eastern. Okay, guys, down goes Bed Bath and Beyond again. This could be, I mean, that had a brief pop yesterday. You know, basically with the rest of the market. Well, that's a red bar now, guys. So it looks like we're going to have an hour of selling before the market opens. You know, I watched this ENVX a lot yesterday. I was waiting for a break. It never happened. Today it's happening. ENVX, a little bit of a break here. I love these headlines. Nothing is better than NFX Corporation stock at this moment. Um, yeah, I don't see any I don't see any specific reason for it. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, market's going to open in less than 1 minute. In fact, yeah, about 40 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And my this race will start at 9:30. My other race will start, that's on the other monitor, will start at 9:30 also. The two races that I'm sharing. And we have about 10 seconds. And here we go. All right, there's the AMLX, guys. Just maintaining its pre-market. Billy just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's a little early for me. If this were an all-time low, sometimes I'll dabble in it, but right off the bat, but it's not an all. Look at ASAN, that's really giving it up. ASAN, I guess it's just being dragged down with the market. You know, because it was, remember, I was just saying it was holding beautifully, had the post-market pop, after hours pop yesterday, held for the longest time in the pre-market, earnings play, a nice little potential gap fill. But now that the market's opening, it's basically following the market. I have to watch his first 15-minute candle on the SPY to see if it just continues down or can at least the selling stop for a bit. Doesn't have to, market doesn't have to go up, but just stop the selling for a bit. See if we get some plays on the long side. Look at Tupperware, TUP. TUP. A nice day yesterday, but now below yesterday's high. The nice day yesterday after the disaster day the day before, of course. Well, American Eagles actually have it putting it a little bit of a bounce. AEO putting a bit of a bounce in. Wow, this one's taking off, guys. Relay, RLAY, taking off. Look at this. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was too low. I don't know. I didn't really see this. Well, it probably showed up in the pre-market actives up, but I didn't scroll down enough. But look at this, RLAY. And so this is the news. This is the news, guys, for RLAY. This is from Interactive Brokers, guys, okay? If you have Interactive Brokers, I really suggest you take a look at that, at their headline news. That's why we were looking to short this one yesterday, TPX yesterday, but it moved with, look at this first, wow, look at this first 15-minute candle now, guys. Yeah, the Pixie is halted on the way up, guys. Halted on the way up. This is, again, a bunch of nonsense, but you know what? You got to play what we see. 500,000 in the float. They're doing some kind of a spin-off. I can't remember when they did their reverse split last, but you know, they did a reverse split a while back. I think somebody said it was a 1 for 100. No, okay, guys, play is an earnings play. Dave and Buster's, this is an earnings play. Wow, through the 200-day, 38.96 is the 200-day, so it's just a little bit below that 200-day moving average now for play. It's early. It is early. Peloton moving down. BTON moving down. Boy, Relay is just, yeah, this is so super strong. This is definitely an alpha stock right now, guys. It's not caring what the market's doing. RLAY. So they did have some news. It came out for me anyway at 6:36, 9:36 Eastern, sorry. Oh, was that recently, the September 1? What was it? Was it 1 for 100, John, for the Pixie reverse split? I don't know if I would. Okay, so yeah, so the races doesn't tell you what to trade. Okay, that's why you've got to practice trading. Just reading this. Okay, yeah. So I'm just quickly going through this. Is just telling you the ones that are moving. Okay, and understanding that just because something is winning a race, the whole idea of the racing though, it gets you to focus on one scan and one scan only. All right, and then over the course of the day, it builds a watch list for you automatically. Because a stock is winning a race or at the top doesn't mean, yeah, you don't necessarily pile into it. You have to have some trading experience. You have to be able to look at that and go, first of all, what's the market doing? Do I want to go long anything right now based on what the market's doing? Is it coming? Is it like 15-minute candles up in a row? You know, when I'm seeing this, in other words, I don't want to chase it. You know, there's a lot to it. Okay. But it gets you to focus on one scan. That's probably one of the biggest reasons for the racing. I think that people have a misconception that just because something is winning a race, you just pile into it. There's NUTX as an example. Okay. So you should be backing up, taking a look on a daily chart. Where's the next high looking left? Could it stall there? You know, things like that. That's why you've got to practice trading. You've got to use our simulator. You know, so if you thought, well, okay, maybe I should take this trade and see what happens in the simulator, you know, you might have to spend 3 months, 6 months in a simulator, you know, because it's not just, I'd love to be able to say that, yeah, something's winning a race, you just automatically take the trade. No, but something that allows you to scan, uh, stocks that are, moving and only have to focus on one scan for the day is pretty powerful rather than having to create a bunch of different alert windows. Probably not what you wanted to hear. You wanted to hear, yeah, when a stock is winning a race, you just take the trade. You've got to practice trading. Okay. You've got to practice trading. You use our simulator. You know, if you thought, here's Pixie, it just resumed. I mean, this is super, super, super speculative, volatile, etc. That's the main idea. That's why I am using it. Okay. Instead of I used to have a lot more alerts or scans. Now I can focus on one. Do I have a couple other scans? Yes. But if I were starting out, this is all I would do. This is all I would do. Now, there are two, I have got two of them, right? I mean, these can be very, very volatile. These will not be as volatile. These are larger caps. Okay. So this one, the large cap gainers from the open, not as volatile as this one. Look at a sand come all the way back. Speaking of, this one is right up here, a sand coming all the way back. That's why the other thing is trading in the first 15 minutes can be really, really tough. If I were starting out, I probably wouldn't even trade in the first 30 because you get stocks that just go up and down so quickly. And if you're trying to place a stop, a proper stop, you probably get stopped out so many times. So how do you use the strategy tab? Well, you create a strategy. Are you new to trading? I mean, you would have to create your own strategy. Okay. So an alert window, you load it and then you save it to the cloud. And then if you wanted to, then you load from cloud. Okay. And you find your strategy that you created, and then it'll pop in here. And then after that, I mean, I don't believe in auto trading. Okay. So if you're going to ask me about auto trading, I'm going to try to dissuade you from it. But if you're looking for a lot more information, I know I just, kind of glossed over it. Go to the guide. I'm talking to a trading student. So if you go to the guide, so click on my homepage link, go to the education section and go to the user guide and then trading simulator, okay? And brokerage plus. This will give you a good idea about that. But again, I caution you, if you're, because usually that means you're looking to maybe auto trade your strategy. That's the only reason I can see. You got to be awfully careful. Well, as far as knowing about the stock, I mean, we have our single stock window. So every time you click on an alert, if you want to know about the stock and see if there's any news, but if you want to know about the stock, there's the profile. I mean, if that's what you're talking about. And as far as chart patterns are concerned, again, I would really recommend that you go to my homepage, again, click on my homepage link. And when you click on my homepage link, again, go to the education section, click here, education section, and then scroll down. If you haven't done this before, back to basics, okay? Because it'll give you, a great primer into introduction to charts and candlesticks and support and resistance trends, etc. Okay, it's all free. You have to, not just yourself, okay, but anybody else who's new to trading. We've got all this stuff is free, okay? Trade Ideas is a scanner. And the program is called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. It doesn't mean that just because you get something that shows up in one of your scans that you immediately take the trade. The other thing I'm going to just nag. If you're new to trading, I would stay away from the first even 30 minutes. I know you're going to miss something that runs immediately and never stops. I get it. But a lot of times what happens certainly in the first 15 minutes, you'll see stocks that go up and down. And so if you put a proper stop in, you'll probably get stopped out more times than you won't get stopped out. Yeah, if you hit the right one that keeps moving higher, great. But and remember, the races are going to automatically create a top 10 watch list for you. So over the course of the day, you just click on the alert and see, like click on something in the watch list that's created for you and see what's happening. For instance, ASAN, you could say to yourself, well, you know what, if it took out that, this area right there, that 2378, that might get it going. Try it. Okay, try it. See what happens in the simulator. There's your IMRA, guys. This is from yesterday. This is in the simulator. Okay, this is something I took in the simulator, and this is a carryover from yesterday. So you can practice swing trading in the simulator. So actually, the market put in a nice big reversal. I mean, that was a big bottoming tail all the way down there. Remember that opening 15-minute candle was red, looking really ominously. Well, it was red, not ominous. It was red. But look what's happened. The buyers stepped in and they closed it way up here. Now, what's going to happen in this next candle? Well, we have to wait and see, of course. But Simulator works in the pre-market. Yes, you have to, like any other brokerage platform, though, you have to go in with a limit order. You cannot go in at the market. You can't have a market order. You have to go in a limit order. Okay. No, 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 no. The stock races are not for volatile stocks. Okay, Tadeo. The stock races are for whatever you want. Okay. This particular race happens to look at volatile stocks. Okay. But this race is stocks with your larger cap stock. So you're not going to get the big percentage moves. But for somebody starting out, I mean, these are, these are wonderful when they work. They're volatile, but with volatility comes risk. These are a little less risky only because the market cap is a lot higher, half a billion market cap, a minimum of 50 million in the float, things like that. Okay, so that will mean that, yeah, you'll get moves in here, but they will not be usually as dramatic as the moves you see here. So the stock raises are for whatever you want because you're always creating a stock raise from a top list window. So again, if I look at this stock raise right here and I open the top list window, you can see these are the filters that I got, so between 10 and 50, this is for me, and 500,000 shares at least, up 2% from yesterday's close, so they're positive stocks. But this is kind of the key. The market cap is at least 500 million, and the float is at least 50 million shares. These two will prevent the super volatility, okay? Whereas this one, you can see a lot more stocks are in here. This one, just 1 in 50, price range, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2%. So in other words, there is no market cap, there's no minimum float, etc. Okay? So you can create your own race based on the things that you like to see. Now, you may not know what you like to see. That's why you've got to practice. Okay? But if you're looking for something a little less, a little less frantic, then the large cap gainers from the open is one of the ones I'm sharing. Yeah, it's halted right there, 941. It's halted on mine. So for instance, if you go to the toolbar or new from the toolbar and click on dock channel bar, you'll see we have races. A lot of races are already pre-built, in the various channels, and all based on different criteria. That's why though, I mean, once you try to figure out, well, what do I like to see? Like when I say I mean you or anybody else who's listening, when you're starting out, you may not know what you like. Okay. And when I say it like that, what I mean is, I am somebody who likes momentum trades. I like to see stocks that are moving, maybe near the highs of the day, and then I look left to see where a stock could keep running to until it hits the next high. That is not necessarily what everybody likes to see. Another person might like, okay, look at this Newton NUTX. Well, they're not going to chase it now, but they might say, well, what if it pulls back to a certain price? In other words, more of a pullback player. But only you can figure out what style of trader you like. I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader when I first started out. It just started to make sense for me over time. Meanwhile, NUTX is going crazy. See if there's any news on this one. Not a low float either. If we can believe that float, that's a huge float. That is a huge float for a $3 stock to have moved 26%. I wonder if that is correct. Yeah, no, I know. I know, Jordan. And it's halted, I don't think it's halted again. It's a big recovery for the market, guys. I mean, the NAS is, mildly negative. SPY is negative. Dow is negative, but what a nice comeback in the market. So that's why, I mean, if you thought you wanted to be short and you were following that, all of a sudden, if you were short, you probably got whipped out of a lot of positions if you were short. Okay, we're almost half an hour in, so let's see what's happening now with these races. So again, what happens with the races is that a top 10 list is automatically created for you, a watch list. And how is it created? Well, when a stock wins a race, so for instance, NUTX, the two beside it, that means it won two races today so far, okay? And you'll see some, so that is a stock that, obviously you should be following so far anyway. I mean, again, maybe you want to play this on a pullback. If that's the type of player you want to be, if it pulls back to maybe the bottom of that 15-minute candle, you want to know about it. Put a price alert there. Well, it should say right there, today's profit. And so these are just columns trading. I mean, you just need the column. You're in your positions, today's P&L max. Okay. So that was, if I got out right at the, the very, very top. So those are columns that you can add. I mean, we have a lot of columns, too many, too many, but you can just check the columns that we have. So if you right click on a column header and then click on columns, you'll see the columns that we do have. So it's just possible you don't have the columns up. All right, Ruby's got a little bit of room. I mean, 2 days ago, the high was $1.25 or so. Got a little bit of room. RUBY. Oh, it's too bad we didn't have, well, a lot of us, and as Zach pointed out, the borrowing cost for Pixie was pretty tough, but there's Pixie on the way down now. Look at this market. What a comeback. That's a big comeback. NAS has actually gone positive. Yeah, I hate this, CMCSA is getting destroyed here. And if you looked at it, looks like they had good news this morning, kicks off the nation's largest multi-gig network. boosting internet speeds and biggest multi-gig deployment, et cetera, et cetera. Mark is not liking that so far. Well, and again, another word about the races. You don't have to wait for a stock to actually get to the top here or, wait to click on it once the race is over. As you start seeing something moving up, as I call it, the leaderboard, click on it. It may be just starting. Now this one is a real tough one, okay? We saw this one yesterday and it was all over the place. I remember this got up to 746 and then it just, completely petered out. I mean, look at this. So, okay, so there's the NUTX. It pulled back. Let's see if this holds and starts to move higher from here. NUTX. This is shortable at Interactive Brokers, 300,000 shares. So there is that. But look where it got to, guys. That's why I always keep harping on. So it got up to 405. What was the next high looking left? 415 or so. Guys are talking about IC. Yeah, wow. A little pullback yesterday. Had the big day a couple of days ago, of course. I mean, it's getting close to an all-time high. Okay, guys, sorry, but the LFST, I've been seeing this one. Look at this lift. I mean, my goodness, it hasn't been affected by the market at all. LFST for the last 5 days, including today, through the 200-day moving average. Some of these crazy little companies you don't really hear about very much, but look at this, 6 to 850 in what, 5 days? All right, you're making me look at now the SHPH, highly risky, okay? But that float, this of course was the IPO a few days ago that got up to what, $126? Very active again yesterday. No, I did okay on it, Tyler. I'm just, trying to warn people that it's highly, highly risky. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this NUTX holds here. I mean, it looks like it wants to put in a little bit of a move after that pullback. Yeah, AMLX, unfortunately, is starting to move down, guys. I say unfortunately because, I mean, who can't cheer whatever this company is trying to do with Alzheimer's? Oh, it's ALS, not Alzheimer's? I'm sorry. I thought it was Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, ALS, I mean, not quite as far reaching, but still, yes. All right, guys. So FRGE has a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Okay. The next high looking left is 440. This was an active stock, of course, a while back. So it has a little bit of room. There's the next high, 440. Okay, guys, waiting on this NUTX, see if it can really start to move from here. Yeah, so Mohammed, you can't say that, okay, that it's going to run 90% if it hits 40. I mean, it might, but you cannot say it will. And I say that because, I mean, there are people in this room who are brand new to trading perhaps, and they look at that post and they say, oh, wow, okay, my goodness, this guy's saying, and I'm not really picking on you, this is just in general, when we see statements that are so emphatic that this is almost like a fact. Okay, guys, NUTX. No, it's funny, Omni. I was going to do it at 10 o'clock just as because of that the 2 to 2 green candles, but sure, why not do it now? I'm sure that we're going to see a difference for sure because the market has rallied somewhat. So what I'm doing now is taking a look at the change from the open. Okay, a different look. Remember, We look at this, the sectors, the change from the close about 10 minutes before the market opened. So if you can recall that virtually all the energy stocks were up from the close. Okay. However, now we're looking at now the change from the opening print, their opening trades, all these stocks. 71% of them are down now in energy. Okay. These stocks that make up XLE. So while they still, maybe the majority of them were still up from yesterday's close, but they're drifting down. But look at tech. I mean, tech was almost, I don't know if it was 100%, but it's probably 90% of them were down from yesterday's close. 65% of them are now up from the open. Healthcare, 72% up from the open. Look at retail though. Like retail is still getting hit hard. That was down in the open. Sorry, down from the close, and this is not rallied at all. So retail right now is a terrible. Like if you want to short something, I'm not saying just pick anything and short it, but I mean, retail is really getting hit here. It has not rallied with the rest of the sectors. Okay, I just mentioned the Forge. I said it had some room to the 440 mark. So if you took that one, be aware of that 440. I think we talked about it when it was 410. So it's moved 20, 23 cents or so. Not bad on a percentage move, but the next level would be that 440. After that, if it got through 440, 528, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that, in my opinion, if you're going to play momentum trades, you've got to be able to look left on a daily chart just to see where it could get stopped. Be aware where the VWAP is also. And if there was a 200-day moving average, be aware of that. Wow, AZRE guys. Okay, so this had the big day yesterday, the big comeback day yesterday after being hit hard for about well, especially that day, about 5, 6 days ago. It based for a bit yesterday with the market. Seemed like, the market was lifting it also. So the next high is 576 for AZRE. So the longer it holds over 5, this could have another little bit of a run in it today, AZRE. All right, guys. Well, there is your SHPH, and it just exploded through 40. What's the spread like on this thing now? I'm surprised it did not get halted. In fact, it is going to be halted right now. There we are. Just got halted. So the next high looking left is 40. That's yesterday's high, 45.94. So I say 46. Okay, guys, NUTX finally put a little bit of a move in here. See if it can challenge the high. Hasn't been easy. Little bit of a move. Ah, still a little bit choppy here, guys. So I figure out what I want to do with this now. So this Rita is also selling off, guys. RETA is selling off along with the AMLX. Too bad. Yeah, I lost sight of that one. I wanted to short that one up in this area, the 160 area, NAXI, because I think that news was so spectacular. Also, I thought it was coming into, if you look at the daily chart, it was coming into this resistance area. I'm just waiting on this NUTX to see if it has. I'm in this one at 381. Okay, so it hasn't been. It's mildly positive right now, but yeah. So this GCT, guys. Did I get it in time? Yeah. So the GCT, you know, and it piggyback on what the SHPH is doing. I mean that's what traders are looking at. I have no idea, Mohammed, because I've never had light, so I can't answer that. I don't think there should be, but I can't answer that. Light is not available in Canada, so I couldn't even try it. I think if Real shows up at some point, I think he's got light, and I don't think he's seen any difference. But but I cannot personally comment because I just don't know. I don't think there should be. Real in the room. You might see him pop in later on. Well, this NUTX is just kind of putting me to sleep, guys. Yeah, so okay, the SHPH just opened and big gap down now. Okay, I'm awakening from my slumber. NUTX. Yeah, BNTC was halted. I saw it halted, and now it's trying to get through a dollar. BNTC that halted. And okay, this is a Zach Dak special. You know, anything under a dollar. But let's take a look left. To me, there looks like a lot of resistance between here and 121. If it can get through that, I mean, obviously it's got a lot of room. If it can get through that. Yeah, there goes Ruby, guys. So challenging that high of 124 now. And next look left is 130. And then after that, 157. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking left, seeing where stocks could go to until they hit the next high. So GME had earnings after hours yesterday, a little bit of a pop, and now they're saying they're going to be involved with crypto. Yeah, this is almost like a miracle comeback, guys, after what we saw the first hour and 15 minutes almost. Because remember, that first 15-minute candle was red and looking really bad. But we've had a turnaround now. Yeah, keep an eye on Fetch, guys. FTCH. You can see little bit of a move with the market, basically kind of following the market at least the last little while. When you look left for Fetch, FTCH, the next high is 1016. Okay, if it can get through that, then look at the next high is 1092. 1092. So keep, the longer this holds over 10, FTCH, it's a big float, 308 million. So it shouldn't be so volatile. Look at this market surging back. Well, you guys have to be salivating about TOST then, because from your topping scan, because it's so close to 20, it looks like there's resistance around 20, TOST. Tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 4 million. This is what I'm talking about. Again, I will call this for advanced traders only. These are topping plays from Zach and bounce plays from Zach. So you're looking at a TOST, potential short setup, looking at it coming into that 20 mark. You guys, I've given up on the NTUX. Okay, like the mildest of mildest profit on it, and that's it. I might look at it again if it takes out 4, but it just doesn't have that feel to me. So I don't know. Alert set up here around 395. So see if it gets close to that 4 level again. Forge right at that area, guys, at 440, that 440. If it takes that out, as I said, the next high was it 567, is that right? 528, boy, 528 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, and I have to keep emphasizing that because somebody said, I can't remember, a few weeks ago, that I heard you say that the next high was, X at some price. So I took the trade thinking it would get there. And that's not what I'm only saying. That's where it could stall. If that's all I'm saying. That's the next high looking left. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Keep an eye on this ERAS, guys. ERAS. Nice breakdown here. See if there's any specific news on it. Well, they said that this is phase 1B, promising preliminary phase data, but the market is saying, yeah, big deal. That's what they're saying. Not very much volume, but looking left, the next low is 755. So a little bit of room. All right, guys. It's about 10:24 right now. Not about, it is 10:24 right now. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And I always start off with my homepage. There is a lot of great information, in my opinion, on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there is a promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is the cost of Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: annual, premium, and standard, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual premium is $2,000 less the 15%. The standard is $1,000 less the 15%. Okay, just to give you an idea, this is the difference is the AI. So the AI had one nice trade right now. Rita to short 27.89. Okay, so that's what the AI looks like. I'll go over that in a bit. You do not have to take out an annual plan. In fact, do not take out an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want the program. The reason being is you have to look at the terms and conditions of refunds, okay? So you can always start off with a standard 118, 228 standard premium minus the 15%. That discount is good for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, and that's fine. If you want to have a monthly subscription I think most of our customers probably go month to month. But at any time, if you do want to take out an annual from a monthly, we'll honor the 15%, okay? Wow, get yours. So if you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this, the Let's Get Started. Starts off with a download and installation. It's about 30 minutes long. There are 10 videos. Download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay? You must, give me a moment, guys. So I do things on my own, which I just did. Oh man. Okay, where was I? Okay, now I believe this has been fixed. Okay, there were problems. People were filling this out. If you want my stock of the day video, which is free, I do it around noon Eastern. You can fill this out, and it should be working now. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section, really important section on my homepage. The user guide. Now, don't get hung up on how much information there is. First of all, getting started. Okay, that's that getting started section. So you should have already done that. If you haven't, please do that. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And you should know about the stock racing that I talk about all day long. If you click on the stock racing, a lot of information is here. Okay, we have about 3 or 4 videos and a lot of text. And you should really, really understand what stock racing is all about. I'm going to go over it in more detail later, but it's up to you to, have to do some work on your own. I'm not sure who's today's Thursday, right? Normally it is who is it normally? I think it's Steve normally, but I'm not sure, Teddy. We've had some vacations this week, so I'm not sure who it is. But again, don't get hung up on how much information there is in the user guide. It's like any other user guide, okay? I mean, if I threw you an MS Word manual and I say, well, you got to learn everything before you can even start, nobody would take the program, right? I mean, it's pretty involved. Most people, when they have a Word program of some or a word processing program of some sort, they want to know how to obviously create a document, save a document, print a document, maybe change a font, etc. If you're more advanced, of course, there's a guide and there's a lot more things you can do, just like trade ideas. Okay. You don't have to learn everything all at once. And some of the stuff it may not be of interest to you at all. So don't get hung up on how big the guide is. There's that getting started series again, daily support. So yeah, the question was in our YouTube room, who is taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1? I take a break between 12 and 1. And so one of the other traders does take over. When we're on a normal schedule, today is Thursday, so it should be Steve, but I'll do a confirmation on that. So before I do take my break in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in. And as always, Chris Farley takes over from me in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut down the main room at 3:30, and then if you want to head over to YouTube, you can listen to Chris for another hour. Daily webinars. So again, this week, we had a lot of vacations. So I think they'll be back to normal next week, Monday and Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize more. This is a great little series, or I cannot emphasize enough. A great series. It starts off with what is a stock, but introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. It's all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. And then if you want my scans, here they are. This is the scan section. So this is the race mode that you see. This top race right there. This is the one that you see. I also have this one that I'm sharing, large cap gainers, not quite as volatile. Okay. That might be, different trading styles out there, guys. So, and then the 10-day, I have very, very few scans other than this. Okay. I do have this, the 10-day daily breakdown and up, very few alerts all day long. Okay. So I'm not distracted from my race, very few alerts all day long. Then the single stock window that you see here, this is my single stock window. What you see here, these are just filters. These are just trade ideas filters. So you can create your own look if you want. This is what I like to see. But if you're more into financial information, the number, debt, etc., like that, you can create your own single stock window. But this is the one I'm sharing. And then I get this question a lot. What do you use in the pre-market? Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use. These are two top lists. You will hear me talk about the halts resumes. This is a notifier really telling me when stocks have been halted and then when they get resumed, okay? I do have one scan that I'll share, momentum. It's a momentum scan. Some people like momentum scans, so that is one that I'm sharing. And then I briefly showed you this is Zach's bouncers and toppers. So this again is, I would call for advanced traders. Is looking for stocks that maybe have topped out and you're looking to short, or stocks that have been cratering and maybe looking for a bounce, okay? Not easy, not easy. And then I also put in this one. This is a very, basic scan showing you basic new highs and lows. That's what I call it, basic new highs and lows, okay? So that's what I'm sharing. So save my link, then you can look at the education section and my scans anytime you want. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you, the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans here. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are all layouts. And within each one of these layouts, there are scans. So when I click on explosive winners, this layout, this race that you see here, this is what my race is based on. I've made some adjustments to make it more my style, but that in essence is the same race. Okay. And I'm going to go over racing in a bit. Momentum, I mentioned I'm sharing a momentum scanner, and that's this one right here. So here's Agio as an example. So Agio made a new high, I guess at 1033, it's 1035 now. So if you're wondering what any scan is looking for, in the channels, or if you load one of my scans, all you have to do is right click, configure, and then summary. And that'll tell you, English language, what is the scan looking for? So in this particular case, scan's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. This is a very powerful filter that we got. Current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, at 1036, it's trading 3 times normal. This is the key. These are the two key ones. These filters. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So typically, when you get an alert here, you're going to see a volume spike. Now, if you like this scan, again, I'm sharing this scan, but if you like this scan, all you have to do, the first step is to take it out of the layout. This is a layout, so you take it out of the layout by right click, duplicate into free floating window. Now here it is. It's a free floating window. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. And by the way, I'm not trying to explain how to use Trade Ideas in any great detail. This is just a real overview. The guide covers all of this. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, great. But of course, if you want to make a change, you right click configure and you click on that summary. So you might look at this and go, well, I like the concept, but I'd rather have prices between 10 and 100. You just go to the price area, make the change, click on the summary. You see, whoops, the new race started. Just give me a moment. And see how it's changed now to 10 and 100? Now you can say, okay. So you've made the change. Now you can save it to the cloud if you want to make a change. And you right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Now, a word about when you make a change in a channel. If you stay on the channel, the change, of course, is saved for you. But if you leave the channel and come back, the change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So the whole idea really though is to maybe take, extract the scans that you want. But I do caution you, I'm really think that you should really concentrate on a race. Okay. Try to figure out, you might want my race here. You might want the large cap gainers. You can construct your own race based on a top list of things you like to see. But don't get overboard about, well, I want this scan, and then I go to another channel, I want this scan, another channel, I want this scan. You'll have so many scans, you'll get nothing done. Okay. Yeah, the NUTX has come back. I might get interested in it again, but I'd love to see a big four break. Meanwhile, look at this market. Wow. That's pretty impressive, guys. That didn't look good at all. Okay, guys, so what I want to show you now is how to use this window, this we call Brokerage Plus, and I want to show you how you can use it to simulate trades, okay? Paper trading. Super important if you're starting out. Even if you're not starting out, maybe you've got some kind of a scan that you created and you want to see how well it would work. So you can always try it out in the simulator. Nice call, by the way, Dak. You said Ruby could take out that high, and it certainly did. I'm not in it, but nice call. Okay, I just put a link that is called Brokerage Plus into the room. Okay, there's the Brokerage Plus link. So when you click on that link, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. But this is just a feature that's available if you do have that, if you do have E-Trade or IB. And again, this is only available, plus the racing right now is only available if you're using our web-based version, these are not available. Okay. Now, the second video in that link goes into more detail about how you can use the window to trade. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And then this window will pop up. You may have different columns and all, but that's basically what it is. Oh, I don't know, Jorn. I have no idea. I don't get too involved in the development aspect of it, linking to different brokerages. You can ask that question? You want to ask that question? Support at trade-ideas.com. So using it as a simulator. So when you load Brokerage Plus, what it will say first for you guys, it should say not connected. Okay, not connected. So you click on sim underneath. There are two options in the tab. There's live and sim. Click on sim. Not connected will change to account. And then click on account. And then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, no problem. But you do want to practice trading, you can use the simulator because again, it uses our real-time data. And it's very simple to use. When you click on an alert, anywhere in a race or anywhere, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. You click the buy button, that sets it up, and then you click send. There's another way you can do it by clicking the buy button. We're getting this, thought we were past the news. Yeah, we're getting a news blackout again, guys. They are aware there's an issue. Started happening last week. I thought it looked like this morning it was all done, but we're all finished. But oh well. So if you click on the buy button, and you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? So if you go to the home page, make sure you're on a later version of Trade Ideas. The reason being is that we have created a way in which if you click the buy button, it's going to buy $5,000 worth of stock, okay, at the price you want. And then it'll automatically put a stop in at the low of the day. And obviously later on you can raise that stop, but it's just trying to make it easy for you to get into a trade without having, to assign something to the buy button like you used to. So for instance, let's take a look at Forage. So if I thought, you know what, maybe I want to take Forage, but maybe I want to take it if it gets up to 450. Okay. So you can take a trade right at the current price, or you could wait for, actually, let's wait for it to maybe on a pullback. So maybe if it pulls back to 430, I want to take the trade. If that meets your trading style. So you click the buy button, and then you see the crosshairs, position it where you want, and then left click, and then a buy button, an order will show up. So if if it gets down to 430, it'll take the trade and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. And of course, you can adjust that stop, move it up wherever you want. Okay. But just an easy way to take a trade. That's what I did yesterday with the IMRA. So practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. Okay. All right, guys. So now let's talk about a little bit about the AI. So if you have our premium service, this is how I would watch the AI. Don't make it complicated, okay? Click on new. All right, well, let's see if I'm going to get back into NUTX. Click on new and then click on a premium AI slash, sorry, there used to be a slash Holly, AI strategy trades window, okay? This is what you're going to see. How to use it, this is going to be up to you. I know people want to fully automate it. We don't agree with that approach at all. But all you do is you just wait for the alerts to happen. There will be no alert until at least 9:35. In other words, you will get no alerts until you don't get any alerts in the pre-market and nothing after hours. You'll wait for the alerts to happen. You know, ASAN, when the alert happened, the price was 23.43. There was a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay. So there's no, but if you want to go to the guide, it'll explain, more about the AI. It's not going to say though, well, here's how you trade an alert when you get it. That's why you have to have some trading experience, and I would never ever auto trade it. I never get hung up. My trading style is that I'll always click on alert. I'll never auto trade, okay? Because I want to see what it's doing. I want to see what's the pattern it's coming from. What is maybe the market doing? Do I think some alerts or some stocks are going to be more affected by the market than others? So do I want to go long something if the market was down 10 straight 15-minute candles, things like that. So I will always click on an alert. I'm never going to get hung up. When I get an alert at 364 for AERC, and then I make up my mind I want to trade it, and now it's at 367 or 68, 4 cents away. I'm not going to get hung up on that because I'm not in things I'm not trying to scalp. Some trades end up as scalps, not because though I wanted to scalp when I got into the trade, but they may end up like NUTX for me. That's not what I wanted to happen, but when I got out of it, I made a couple of pennies, and that's it. All right, guys. So let's see. Here's another one. Maybe you want to take AZRE. If it pops up again to maybe that 515 level, click the buy button, the crosshairs, drop it where you want it, and there it is. Okay. Practice trading. Practice trading. And of course, at any point, if I thought, well, I don't really want to take this trade now, you just go to the order section and you right click and you cancel the order. I guess it bought the forge. Well, that was from yesterday. Sorry. I don't like this NUTX, guys. I just don't like the way it's trading. It should have. Of course, it's a big float. That's one of the I mean, on one hand, a big float is good. Not going to be too whippy. But on the other hand, when you're in one of these little ones, you're not in it for like you want some movement. For me, anyway. In other words, I'm not taking 10,000 shares trying to make 2 cents. All right, guys. Let's see. So this column, okay, if you're in a trade, I mean, obviously, a couple aspects of trading. When to take the trade, and then of course when to take some profit. So this max P&L and the today P&L, this can give you a good idea about, well, how good are my exits? So at one point, I could have been up $522. I'm only up 216 right now, as an example. Okay. So this can kind of show you, well, how good are my exits? So, at one point, probably should have, I mean, again, this is in the simulator, probably, could have got out half my position and rode the other half, or I could have traded out exactly what I wanted to in the box here. These are just some hotkeys that we have. So flatten gets you out of your position. Just highlight, if I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want. I flatten it, or I could get it a half, or I could double my position. Wow, guys, we're challenging that 400. We challenged it yesterday on the SPY, and now we're challenging it again. I'll bet if I'd taken some bets earlier today, there'd be no way somebody would have said, yeah, we could challenge 400 today. Not with what was happening in that first hour and 15 minutes. Here's an interesting one, guys. Rhythm, RYTM. Very interesting. Look, now this was a high flyer, had series of days up, drifted down a little bit, had a bad day, I guess, a couple of days ago, based yesterday. But why it's interesting, because look left, 25.50, yeah, 25.59 is the next high looking left. So you're talking about $1.40 away or so. Okay. No fast way, no. There's no hotkey for that. I missed my buy on the rhythm, guys. That's why I was putting myself on pause there just for a second. I was trying to get the rhythm at 16, and it just ran on me a little bit. So, how to customize a race? Okay, sure. And I should go over the race anyway, a little more detail. I did that pre-market, but okay. So let me duplicate this. Now, when you say customize it, are you talking about, okay, you've already got a top list window that you want to launch the race from, Luke? Or are you talking right from scratch? Okay, so you've got a top list window. Okay. So when the race is, if you click on the square, that'll stop the race, and then right click and show race setup. Okay, and here it is. So here's where you can customize it. You can, if you don't like, I mean, my races are 4 minutes long. If you wanted them 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, the race lanes, yeah, that's up to you. I don't mind having 10 stocks. Okay, I probably wouldn't have more. I certainly wouldn't have more, but that's up to you again. And then the race, my races are all based on the change from the open, and but you can base your race on different column headers in your top list. So I get the question a lot. I want to run a race, but I don't see how I can do it from the change from the open. That's because in your top list window that you created, see if I can find one, you don't have a column header of change from the open, because the races, you can run a race on any one of the column headers in your top list. Okay. And then always do the sort. I have still not figured out any other reason other than delta. Okay, delta value. I think this is just sort of defaulting to all these different column headers. That's all it is. But choose delta because what you want is the change. Okay, you want to see the ones that are changing the most and filtering to the top. How what? And then I like to replace symbols because that will, as a stock moves higher, it's going to replace the one on top of it and keep moving higher. So I use the replace symbols. I have it on auto start at time. So I want my race to start at 9:30 when the market opens, as an example. And I have it running till 6 o'clock. So you can actually use this race. You can use this race to actually check what's happening after hours. And then I also well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I want to have it an auto rerun because when a race is over, I want the next one to begin. Well, transform any window in a race. Don't understand that. You start a race from your top list. So any race can be started from a top list window. Any top list, yes. Any top list window. Okay. Okay, so you really have to go. I'll show you, but you should go to the guide, okay? Because it's all covered there. Because you might forget. But here's a top list window. Right click, launch the race. Okay, and then here's the setup. So you could stop it and then go through it all and have the race set up the way you want it. They've created a default, okay, for people because they feel that most people, won't want to figure out how to set up races and all that. So they've created a default race. I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't think, I think 10 minutes is too long, but that's my opinion. But if you go to the guide, Luke, because again, I can show you, but you can forget. So it's good to have a guide that you can fall back on. So again, if you click on my home page and then go to the education section and then click on the user guide and TI stock race, it's all here. It's all here. Okay. Wow, look at this. So we're at 400. We're at 400. My goodness. All right, guys, 11:03. So I am going to find out who is going to be in our YouTube room. If it is going to be Steve. So not over yet. SHPH, just super whippy, but not over yet, I guess. I guess if it took out that high right there, 41.34, that could get it running again. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking, some have been talking about this AERC. Boy, this is okay. Now, this could, I mean, at some point in the day, of course, explode. It could, NUTX. So now it's a good time to start looking at this top 10 list that's been created. Okay. And this is my advice. Again, this top 10 list is created automatically for you. So in the number one position is Ruby. Why? It won 5 races. Newtnick or ANUTX won 3 races, etc. But what this is my advice is that you may not see something win a race for a while, and you may not even see something that's, well, look at Apron. Why did Apron show up? Aha, Blue Apron is showing up on the race now too. But you may not let's take a look at the ATHX as an example. ATHX. In the seventh position, it won one race early. Okay. So you look at this right now and you think, okay, it's doing nothing. But later on in the day, what if it took out maybe that 244 level? Could that get it running again? Now I look left and I think, it's probably maybe too much resistance. But what if there wasn't? What if there was a clear shot, to 5, from this level? You'd have to really pay attention to it. By the way, guys, ASAN just took out hole number 24, and 24.33 is the next high looking left. the rhythm when I wanted. But so click on the alert, like click on anything in the list. It may not have showed up. It may not be even, you may not even see it on a race, like even moving up, maybe not finishing first, but click on it, see what's happening. What's the pattern? Look at FRGE, classic, guys. I mean, look at this. What if it took out 450 later on? Okay, what if it did that? If it did that, 528 is the next high looking left, right? So can you see that the race in itself, yeah, it's pretty cool to see the things moving up and down. But almost as important is that it creates a watch list for you for the day. Okay, so you don't have to, you can concentrate on just a few stocks over the course of the day. And here's the large cap gainers. GME won 5 races. Lyft has won 4 races. Keep an eye on it. I mean, look how much room Lyft has got. 1737 is the next high looking left. Man, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 1643 is. But you can kind of see, I mean, this is just trying to come back. I don't know if there's any specific news about it, but vague rumors from a. Give me a moment. There we go. Trading higher amid vague rumors from a questionable source mentioning the company. That's pretty funny, guys. That's Benzinga's headline. Vague rumors from a questionable source mentioning the company. I love it. I don't know who it was, but in other words, we have no idea why this thing is moving. They're being brutally honest. Perfect circle. All right, guys. Sorry, just internal emails. There's a SAN, guys. So again, in the AI, it had a SAN, 3.5%, Rita short, CCJ, a uranium play. Oh, AI is having a pretty good day. Okay, so Keyshawn's asking a question in our YouTube room. Can the smart stop be used for to take profit and stop loss? Yes. Yes, it can. If you're talking about now, you're talking about auto trading, or if you do it manually, you can. I mean, the smart stop is generated right on your screen, so you can see what it. I mean, you'd have to position your cursor to see exactly where it is. But if you're talking, a strategy of your own, when you do the trading strategy, but again, I don't agree with auto trading. You have to understand that. But the risk management, one of the things is a smart stop way down here, I think. Smart stop right there. So you can do it, but I am not going to get too involved in it because I don't agree with auto trading, Keyshawn. Okay, so but you can if you manually did it, eyeballing where that smart stop is, getting into the trade, you could do that. Yes. I like to say it like this: if auto trading were the way to go, I'd be doing it. I have no idea, Igor. The question is, would it make any sense to create a race based on a dollar change versus percent change? It's possible. I mean, I've never tried it. I mean, it's really what I would do is I would just create one based on that and see what happens. I can't tell you that it doesn't make any sense or that it does make sense. All I know is that what I like to see, and I want to see that change from the open, but I've never even thought about, the dollar change versus the percent change. Best thing to do is just try it. All right, so it is Steve. Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. He'll take over for me at noon when I take my break between 12 and 1. Yeah, it doesn't look good. JK, yeah. It could be the end of an incredible era. If this ASAN can get through that 2433, that's the next high looking left, and the next high is 2542. So, about a dollar away. And, it should be active all day, of course. It's an earnings play. 13 times normal volume right now. So uranium, guys, I know. So look at NXE. NXE coming right into the 200-day moving average. I think uranium is probably strong. URA, I know the AI has CCJ. So yeah, so there's the ETF for uranium. CCJ, big uranium player. Now here's another one. Okay, Viru. It's number 10 on the list. It won one race. Okay, look what it's doing. But look at the potential room that it has got. I mean, 1658 was the high yesterday. Massive sell-off. Massive sell-off. Had some news in the pre-market, I think, that got everybody excited, and then it just absolutely sold off. Okay, but that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a stock that could potentially have a run until it hits the next high on the daily chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get up to that high, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So you can, if I place that little buy button again and put it over here, say 1268, let's see what happens later. And there's the SHPH. So risky. Oh man. Look at this market. 1, 2, 3, 4, an hour and 15, almost straight up. Well, you see what I'm doing with this buy button, guys? It's a signing, okay? So all you got to do is just click the buy button and take a trade. See what happens in the simulator. Or put a conditional buy order at a certain price. Practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Meanwhile, ASAN guys just took that out. They just took that high out. So again, the next high looking left is 25.42. So it's about $1 away from that high, ASAN. I saw that, Zach. I did see that, what you're talking about, 8 billion puts versus 1 billion calls. I did see that. Guys, LFST, it looks like it wants to have a little bit of a lift here again. Um, Shoot, I didn't get it. I gotta look back, check to see where the next high is and when it was. There's 926, and the next high after that, 979. Wow. And that's back in April. Okay, April 25th. So this has got some room. This has got some room. 920, 979 is the next high looking. Look at ASAN now, guys. Once it took out that 24.33 mark. Lots happening. That's why that NUTX is so disappointing. It's just not rocking along with the market. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Just always have these internal discussions at Trade Ideas. I'm just following along here, so just give me a moment. All right, this one is starting to move again. Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. The high yesterday was 828. 875 would be the next high after that. So eight taking out 828 maybe gets it running a bit more. Maybe. Boy, this is annoying. This news. Something is happening. They're aware of it. It's not that I use this news, but it doesn't look good when I'm displaying this and it's not working. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So Curve up and down. Oh, I see it showed up on your topping play too, Zach. I see that. CURV. Yeah, Keyshawn, something like that, I cannot help you. Okay. I don't know why you're getting an error like that. The best thing I can say to you is Chris will probably take a look at that. He's kind of our expert at deciphering errors like that, or errors in general. Maybe he's come across that. So you can always support at trade-ideas.com and indicate you're getting that sort of an error. I certainly can't help because more than likely he's going to ask for your log file. All right, guys. So I'm in the LFST, just waiting to see if it can do anything from here. I'm in at 28. Yeah, a bit of a drop here for this one, isn't it? CFEI. What's happening now at noon in about 30 minutes from now? I understand that they're supposed to have this shareholder meeting and the vote again. It was extended for the DWAC, so maybe that's the reason DWAC is starting to run and CFVI is starting to fall. Maybe in anticipation for a favorable vote. I think they need 65% to go ahead with the merger. I think. But that is supposed to be at noon, so in about half an hour from now. So maybe in advance, this is why this one is running, guys. DWAC, I mentioned this in the pre-market that this was supposed to happen. Yeah, well, CFEI is Rumble and DWAC is what the truth, whatever it's called. Yeah, there are two different companies, but you could say that they're competing. So if DWAC was not going to merge with that company, then obviously that would clear the path a little bit more for CFVI for more market share, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's the and that's another part of the jigsaw puzzle, perhaps. Yeah, with Twitter, no question. I mean, it's all But this DWAC is really interesting because what if at noon, and again, I don't know if it's going to be right at noon, if we're gonna know exactly what the outcome is going to be. Let me make sure. There's something wrong with the news tab, Perfect Circle. This has started last week. This morning it seemed to be okay, but there is something wrong with the news tab. It comes and goes. I've tried to do the reset. Let me, yeah, so this is what it says. The results of the shareholder vote that will be announced today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, that is for DWAC. Could provide some clarity in what's next for DWAC. A failure to approve the deal's extension deadline could result in DWAC's liquidation. You know what? Why don't I just so you guys are informed to a certain extent. Okay, so this is what it's maybe hard to read. Here we go, a little bit. Okay, I can only expand it so much. But that's what it says. Okay, if you can read it, you can of course click on it yourself. While a failure to approve could result in a liquidation, but while it's possible to postpone the merger without 65%, it would cost some big bucks, etc. Okay, so at noon, I guess we're going to know one way or the other, and that is all about DWAC. Now I can't get. Oh, there we go. So Ruby coming back, guys. RUBY coming back somewhat. Where's the next high looking left? Oh, that's right. This is way up here at not way up here, but it's 158, I guess. Of course, the intraday high was 145. Okay, let's take a look at Bark, B-A-R-K. What's the next high looking left is 216. After that, it is 230. So a little bit of room, I guess, percentage wise, if it keeps moving. It will probably stall though around that 230 mark. Another one putting me to sleep is the LFST, basically where I bought it. So yeah, the SPY now putting it a couple of, what time is it now? 11:40. So another 5 minutes for that last candle to close. So giving up 400 a little bit. So if you're long anything, yeah, I mean, you might be a little bit of a pain right now, depending if it's really tracking the market. Okay, guys, what time is it now? About 20 minutes. I'm on my break. Just give me a moment. I have a couple of things that I have to do. And IMRA starting to move a little bit here. Okay, a little bit of a move now for the it's LFST. In fact, a nice move. Figure out where I even saw LFST earlier. I guess it was in the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, look at this 10-day daily breakout, 858, 937 now. Again, this is about the only long scan I've got outside of this biggest gainers from the open. Yeah, and I can't remember if there was any news on this one. Excuse me, LFST. Can't remember if there's any news on it other than class action suits. um, yeah, I don't see any. All right, give me a better move than I thought. I mean, there is some news. I mean, there. Okay, I guess they did appoint a new CEO and chairman. So I was joking yesterday that what a bit of a blow to your ego when you retire and the stock pops like this. So the CEO retires and a new CEO comes in, and look how the markets reacted. Again, a bit of a blow to the old ego. So I guess Bitcoin must be having a bit of a day because I do see Riot and Mara on the move. So I guess Bitcoin is, let me take a look at BIPO. So it must be having some kind of a positive day. Nothing unbelievable, but all right, guys. Well, that, shoot, I got a little bit out of it. I had to watch that LFST. Little bit of profit on it. I was kind of hoping it might take out that 950 mark. Got right there, got right to that 950 mark, 950, and then that's where it just stalled. So that was kind of my area that I was wondering if it was going to get through. So I made a little bit on it. I was really hoping we'd get through 950 and then maybe challenge. I think I saw 970. Oh, I agree. It could have more, but I'm going to stick an alert at that 950 mark, 949 mark, see if it takes it out later. And I have to refresh my memory about where I saw the next high, and that was 979. Yeah. So I was kind of wishful thinking that it would take out 950 and get close to that 979, but it just stalled right at 950. Those 50 cent. Now, normally I think of the 50 cent areas can stall the ones that are five and under, but in this particular case, I mean, it stalled right at 950. And you know what? I guess the market is not helping. I mean, it wasn't really paying that much attention, though, on the way up. On these last three candles, it was still moving up. but maybe the market's finally got to it. All right, for those who are looking for a little adventure, PIXI is lifting a little bit here, guys. Very, very low float, very low float, half a million or so in the float. So you got to be awfully careful, but did get up to 28 earlier. To refresh again my memory on the IMRA, where could it stall? Got up to 230 something. So let's take a look here. So there looks like there's some stuff around 240. Yeah, 250. So what I'm going to do is just demonstrate taking half of the position off. Okay, so I've taken half the position off, and that is for the IMRA. All right, guys, in about 8 minutes, I'm anticipating that Steve will be in our YouTube room. So what I'll do right now is to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there. Steve will be there in about 8 minutes or so when I take my break between 12 and 1. And let's see what happens with BWAC. If in fact it will be right at noon or very shortly after that this vote will happen or be published anyway, posted, BWAC. Oh, okay. I don't think there is a way to have more than 10 happy. I don't think it's based on the number of lanes. I really don't. I've never thought about that. It's possible it's based on the number of lanes. I'm not sure. I don't want, but I would not want to have more than 10 anyway. Okay, personally. Well, that's a good question. Maybe tomorrow I'll run a race with only 5 lanes in it to see if it only gives you 5 winners. I really don't know. But I would not, personally, I would not want more than 10 winners. No, that's enough, in my opinion, to track all day long. Yeah, Lyft is or LFST is starting to come back a little bit more, but I'm going to be on my break soon, so I am not going to take anything new. Boy, great short for you on the ASAN, Zach. I actually tried to. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't. I was trying to get this AMLX, but I couldn't get the fill I wanted. Certainly, it's not nothing to do with the. I mean, lots of shorts available. Didn't get the fill I wanted. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Yeah, so happy in our main room. Michael said he's running 5 races and he still gets a top 10 list. Okay, thanks. It's a question I've never had before, so but good to know. I didn't think it would have any bearing on how many lanes you had, but and thank you, look left. So Michael and look left gave me the same answer. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I'm on a break, just waiting for Steve to show up. And there he is. I hear the little ping. That means Steve is there. Hopefully he can hear me. There he is. Hi, Steve. You can probably hear me, right? Unless maybe he has the site on mute.
There we go. I think I got everything set.
You got it. You do have everything set.
Yeah, well, not always, but as far as this goes, I do.
That's a big sigh there, Steve. What's going on?
It's just it's a long day of a lot of meetings, a lot of distractions, but it's all good. It's all good. What's going on over there? I haven't been trading very much. I have a couple of new positions I'll talk about, but not doing much.
Yeah, well, actually, there's been very active. I mean, quite the move on the SPY. I mean, I'm sure you watched the SPY
Oh yeah.
45 minutes before the market opened, and actually an hour before the market opened, straight down, and then that first 15-minute candle was straight down, and then all of a sudden, like a miracle reversal, big topping tail on that first 15 minute, and then just straight up after that. A
Let's
little bit of
see.
a downturn now, but I don't think anyone would have bet that after that first hour and 15 minutes that we would even come close to 400 again. But That's the market, isn't it? It's the
Yeah,
greatest reality show on TV, or the greatest reality show on earth. You know?
I put my screen up. My observations are just kind of lining up with my two, the few simple indicators that I use. The first one is the 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. Brian Shannon showed me that if you put 130 candles,
Right,
and so look at yesterday, we had a little bit of nice support right there, and then we bounced up. And where did we find support this morning? Right there at that same thing. So I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to just to kind of bleed back through. But then I come over to the daily, and now we're in this really imperative zone here. We've got like a double resistance. The 10 SMA has already gotten us off the highs. Here we pulled back. So on a daily perspective, my declining 10 SMA seemed to have kind of caught that push off this morning. So,
right.
you know, for me, the bulls have to get back above this 50-day. If they start posting green candles above this blue line, then it's that's a good sign. But if they get rejected here, then we'll see what happens.
We will. And do you still have DWAC?
God no.
Oh, okay. Because there's a big at noon. Supposedly, the news is coming out whether or not there is going to get rejected or not regarding the merger. So,
The
and
reason
that's
this,
it's noon
yeah,
right now.
yeah, I don't really want to play around with any of that. I noticed the
Okay.
CFVI is also Rumble. Rumble Video has been doing really well, and they pulled back to that little 5-day moving average right here. So this one really came to life from $10, and it's been doing
Yeah.
something. So I actually did nibble just a tiny, like 1/3 position right here before I came on in that CFVI, but not enough. It's not enough to hurt. I'm just going to watch it and see what happens.
Well, I have a feeling that a lot has to do with what this DWAC
Yeah,
vote is because they're sort of competing services, if you will. So if DWAC, if the merger completely fails, then I think you're right. The other one will probably just soar. But if DWAC, if the merger doesn't fail, then there's competition. So that's the way I look at it anyway.
we shall see. DWAC is not a good looking chart. I would not buy that. It's running right into that declining 10 SMA, whereas CFVI showed itself a couple weeks ago as coming to life. And that's a
Right.
beautiful consolidation and push higher. Now everybody that chased is starting to get bled. And so just a little starter position here to watch it and see what happens. Who knows?
Okay.
All right, Barry, it's time for your break.
It
Hey,
is time for my break. Okay. We'll see you
yeah.
in about an hour. Oh, do you have to leave early?
The earlier the better, because again, this is like I've got the dev meeting after this, and then a marketing
Okay.
meeting after that, and it's crazy.
Okay, let me go, do my video, run outside, water the plants, and then I'll come back in.
There you
Okay.
go. See you.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Let me make sure I'm getting all my good. 1 second here. I want to check my chats, make sure I'm getting the right chats. Let's see. Yeah, perfect circle, look left. All right, so they're all the same on YouTube. I'll just use my YouTube. Hello, guys. Hello, look left. The news tab only works on stocks I'm not interested in. Yet we're having an issue with the news tab for sure. Let's see. This is CFVI. Is there news on CFVI? No. They're aware of it. It's some sort of Google News API, and they're working on it. A lot of times when you're working with a third party like that, if they change their API settings, it just kind of screws everything else up. We're starting to get some pullback and stuff. This morning I actually did take a position from the AI, but I'm swing trading it. And this one right here, it is, boy, a very, very active day today in the AI. So CCJ is something I've been watching for a while. This is some of those uranium plays. Again, that's a nice looking chart. It's not under any pressure or any moving averages above it. So it was a beautiful looking consolidation, had a nice morning, but now it's given some back. But it's just a good example of, I will look through the AI trades. And this one caught my eye simply because I've been watching these uranium stocks. And I love this consolidation right here, right above the 10 SMA. Usually that can resolve nicely. But in this market we have, it's been kind of tough to get things to resolve the way you want lately. So we'll see what happens. But I'm here for you guys to talk about what you want to talk about. I'm just going to stay in that CJ until it doesn't close below the rising 10 SMA. I was looking at that ape earlier today. It's kind of an interesting story. I actually did nibble a little bit of phase, FAZE this morning. This thing is wild. I decided to put a bid in down here in the 50s, 1250, and got hit on a limit bid. Ugly chart, yeah. I don't always buy pretty charts, but I can also buy oversold charts. You know, this one had nice 25 down to 11. This thing is really nasty. It's got a low float, but it moves around pretty quick. So I thought I'd try a little oversold bounce. I know Andy does these kinds of things too. He'll be in tomorrow and he talks about oversold bounce, buying these beaten up ones. The good news is your risk is limited. I mean, your risk of chasing that price up there is huge because it just falls out of space. But then once you let that selling pressure just work its way through and come back down and test these prior lows, you've got your out. So basically my out, I bought at 1250, my out's going to be under 12. It's probably a swing trade, maybe a day and a half. What am I hoping from it? All I'm hoping for is like 15 or 16. That's it. It's going to run right into those moving averages, hopefully, and that'll be my profit target. Nothing more. Hello, Iris. Hello, look left. PSLV going to get over 10. I don't know, but I've got some of my 401k in PSLV. I actually got back in. See, I what happened? I had a position there. It worked for me really well, and then I got out when it failed right here. Sat aside. Once it started selling up, I just knew it was going to go and test. That's what these things do. They go and they look left. We're not the only ones who look left, guys. The algorithms and the quants and the programmers, they look left too. And they go, wow, how far can we take this thing down and squeeze out maximum pain and try and run stops and see if a reversal is in play? So a lot of times I'll wait for, and this was the day right here in PSLV, wait for that test of the washout. And I took a position. So I'm now back in the money on this one. I really thought back here it was going to take off. So when it broke and didn't hold that retest, I got out. I'm also, let's see, I'm also in some of this MindMed. I'm not really happy about it because they did a reverse split on us. So I'm kind of back to my below my watermark on that one. But again, that's kind of an investment, not really a trade. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It seems like a lot of things. Geez, yeah, there it is. I saw my thing just turn red here. So what's the news? Anybody care to tell us on Twitter what the hell they're talking about? Is it Powell? Is the market somehow freaked out about the Queen of England? Somebody say something? Or was it nothing more than just a technical rejection that I was talking about earlier? I don't know. The way it's selling off there is pretty hard. It seems news related. If somebody sees what Twitter's talking about. I think I've actually got an order to sell some of this phase. You've got to be ahead of the game on this thing. Let me check my order status here. I've got an order to sell some at 1380. I'm actually going to change that order and sell a little bit more than original at 1380. Limit 1380, add size, place order. All right. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, hang on a second, guys. Totally lost my... Yeah, don't worry worry about it. I'll deal with that later. Don't see any news, huh? I mean, could it be that simple? Just I'm also going to put an alert in here. Oh, it's already set, right? Nope, it's not set. Let's move phase 1380. Just to let me know if it pops up there and I sell some. All right, any questions, guys? We got a good group, it looks like. Hang on one second here. I got to read something. Still see a lot of red coming through here. This is my SPY high and low. So when I see that thing active going red, 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 yeah, look at that. What the heck is going on out there? Okay, let's see. You got some popped in some questions here. Good. No, Iris, you can't create a list of pullback. You said pullback intraday and reversal bar. The races will only work on top list windows. And what you're talking about there is kind of an alert window function. Top list windows, you're basically only going to be able to sort the races on one factor. Give me a second here, guys. I got to see what's going on. Where's zero hedge? White House, we are not as close to an Iran deal as we have been. No, that wouldn't do it. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything either. I usually go right to zero hedge. That's probably the most on the pulse account on Twitter to really kind of tell you what's happening. Interesting. Okay, so we got Iris's question. Can't be done that easily. Hans, still in PSW. I just got 1 ounce at max rounds. Only 345 over spot. Sounded pretty sweet. That's a pretty good premium. Do I care about bullish candles? Sure. Sure, I like bullish candles. And, going back to, well, you can call it a bullish candle if you want, but PSLV, I was just highlighting those reversal candles. You can call those bullish, but after you have a giant descent from 720 down, taking out prior lows at 620, going all the way down to 616, running all the stops, big volume, and then a reversal at the end of the day, that to me is a bullish candle, okay? Because it's oversold, it took out prior lows, your downside's limited. That's one way to look at a bullish candle. Do you have an example for me? There's some other ideas. Oh, there's that DWAC getting stupid. Let me see if I can find another idea. When I bought CCJ this morning, I was kind of looking at yesterday's candle. This is yesterday. To me, sideways action and then testing the 10 SMA and popping back up and closing strong, that's a bullish candle. So that's one of the reasons I decided to participate in the CCJ trade this morning that the AI brought up, because I was kind of watching it to begin with. But Brian, if you have an example, of a bullish candle you want me to look at, I would be happy to take a look and discuss it. I'm sorry, that was Happy. Happy asked, do you have a bullish candle? Happy, so do you have an example for me? Do I scan for do I scan for them near averages? I will tell you this, I scan for anything that is pulling back, that's strong, that's pulling back to averages. For instance, we could go into, well, this is another reason I bought CCJ. It was on Michael's 10 SMA scan. So this scan here is the Market Explorer. And let's see if there's anything else on here. No, that's not interesting. Okay, that's kind of interesting. So I would look at these scans, and they're not so much looking for bullish candles to answer your question, Happy, but when I do come across one that does have a nice bullish candle, as well as the setup of consolidation at the 10 SMA, which is really what we're looking at here, nice big push, consolidate. Yesterday passed the test of the 10 SMA, currently testing the 10 SMA again here. You know, by the end of the day, if this thing were to, I wouldn't buy it here, but this is the kind of thing of a swing trade. By the end of the day, if it pops back up near highs and closes strong, I could take something like this home, as I call an end of day swing entry. And I do that because I know what the candles are going to look like at the end of the day. There's going to be no surprises. And everybody doing their homework that night is going to see the same thing. And sometimes I get lucky and I get in at the end of the day on a good looking consolidation setup, and I'm able to participate in the gap up the next day. That's happened more often than the opposite. I can say that. So Brian, this probably helps your question too. What does a good swing trade entry look like? Forget the ones that I was doing, you know, like in PSLV, you know, buying bottoms and bottom candles. Your best bet is to find the things that are trading strong. This PDD is definitely strong. Now, again, how did I get this scan? Some of you guys are probably going to want to notice this. So let's pull up, it's called the 10 SMA play, and it's part of the Market Explorer family there, which means you can't configure it. These are popular, surveyed. I mean, this one actually was built for me. I mean, I'll be honest, Michael said he did a whole survey and said, show me guys what your favorite scan is. He built a couple. This one is one of them. I can show you the other one in a moment, but how do you get to these Market Explorers? You don't need a premium. There was some confusion on that earlier, and a standard version works just fine. So you go to new, go to Market Explorer window. So here's a new window, and we're just going to have to, you know, peruse through the selected pre-scans. So we start there with the parent menu. We've got some relative strength scans, RSI long, short. These are the TI strengths that are sent out. He also has pattern recognition, bear flag, bull flag. That can be interesting. We can look at that. But the one here is this 10 SMA play daily. That's the one that I selected that you see right over here. So that's how easy it is to get to that one. Let's take a look at the what were we calling a pattern recognition bull flag. Are there any bull flags that are interesting enough? Let's take a look here. Okay, so the thing with the Market Explorer is it's not going to dial in the exact perfect visual that you want every single time. You know, it's the math that he came up with that basically gets us close enough to what we're trying to accomplish. And from there, it becomes you, the human discretionary mind, in your eyes, in your memory, and you remember, oh, I like that setup. So CEG, all right, that's not a bad setup. This thing could be getting ready to really break out of this extended range. Most of these stocks, you're going to see like a nice earnings gap, secondary push, and then it just takes a while. And the longer and tighter the range gets, and then when these moving averages come to get them, this is a very interesting setup. So one could say, well, you know what, show me here at new highs or same high, set a price alert, set it and forget it. Okay, that could become a trade for me at the end of the day. I don't know. I'm really not trying to take too much home. So that was CEG. That's off the bull flag. What does that look like? Okay, another bull flag. It just depends on how you want to play them. I don't think I'd touch that. That looks kind of weird. but you'll know as you go through the charts that you like. This one got a bit sloppy. It had to pull back and hit the 20 SMA, which I call the backstop. All right, so the 10 SMA is my momentum line. But what happens when it closes below the 10 SMA? Then the backstop comes into play. And as you can see here on this one, PCG, the backstop, 1, 2, 3, held the price, kicked it back into play, and it was all right. So a lot of times I'll use that 20 to lean on to decide if I want to get out at the end of the day. That's a nice looking chart. It's already kind of broken out a little bit. So this is the bear flag, bull flag, excuse me. The other one that Michael actually did build for me is, what menu is it under? I think it's under gap plays. Let's see, gap. Yep. So gap up on the daily, probably earnings, gap up, run for a couple of days, then pull back, consolidate. But then we hit our 10 SMA. So here's another approach for my method of using this daily 10 SMA with a different scenario. So all of these should have gapped up in the past. Okay, that's a junk chart. That anytime you see that, it means it's an acquisition. That's now an arbitrage. Some other company owns this now, and there's no play. Same thing. You're going to get some junk stocks in here. That's acquisition. That's no play. And there we go again. So nothing really on there today, but ideally, I don't have a history. It selects its own history, so not much on that one either. So that's the Market Explorer, guys and girls. And if you want to play around with that, just go to the new menu and pull it down. This one is that same menu, but now we got to focus on the intraday. This is the 10 SMA play touching the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Look at Twitter. It's been touching that 10 SMA a few times. I imagine this was at, 9 o'clock. So this was the touch right there. We're probably going to see another touch maybe earlier. Let's take a look. Twitter earlier maybe, because I see another touch on there. No, that was the only one, but let's just look. So now we're on the intraday. Okay, there's that key pullback, touches the 10 SMA. It's already ran a lot on the daily chart, but this is another interesting one. So these are the two new Market Explorers that I'm using every day now. My desktop has ever evolved since we started Trade Ideas here. Look at this, and LOK pulled back, touched the 10 intraday. These are some low risk entries, because if you're wrong and they don't hold that 10 SMA, as we go earlier in the day here, we might start to see some that didn't hold. Yeah, see, they're all starting to get a little bleedy here towards the end of the day. Let's see what was looking good this morning. Yeah, that one bled through. So that's another interesting scan that I've been keeping my eye on, just because it's kind of built for me using that 10 SMA factor on both 15-minute charts and daily. All right, Happy. I want to scan to look for a few times per day for swing trades. I spend too much time staring and I lose productivity. Well, that's just a matter of your workflow. Happy, there's a lot of things that I will do to focus on the names that I want. Primarily, if I wanted to keep an eye on this flex, let's just go into a race here. This IMRI looks like it's doing something. If I didn't want to lose track of this, you start to use price alerts. If you want to buy a breakout, you'd say, all right, I'm just going to set it and forget it. And this is exactly what you're asking about. Okay, price alert. I like it. I'd like to buy it if it goes above that. Set it, forget it, move on. Just forget about it. Let the machine blow it up in your face and say, hey, this price alert just went off. What are you going to do about it? Do you want to take it or do you want to not take it? That's the first thing I would do. It doesn't matter what scan it is. I don't have a magic scan. I pull from a lot of different things. I pulled from the AI. I pulled from the Market Explorer. I pulled from my There's our IMRA. If you were thinking about buying that, then okay, well, shit, let's pull it up and buy it. That's how you can let the system work for you. It's a perfect moment there, Happy, to show you how you set something and forget it. you said you got distracted and lose productivity, or staring and losing productivity. Well, that's how you do it. You try to get ahead of the trade. Pick your spot. If you're looking for a pullback in a particular stock, um, like if you want to get into the CCJ down around here, you could set a price alert, either above or below. It doesn't really matter. All right, what's that phase doing? Barry warning me about DOC. What's the CFVI doing? It's diving a bit lower. Now I do have for the newer people, I think happy you were asking about a scan. Well, if you like short squeezes, this is a scan. I call it the A table, but it's basically looking for short squeezes. So if we go up here, oh, look at that ICPT. We were just looking at that one. Got 54% short float, and that's why it's at the very top of my scan. So I will always I'll often go through this scan, but just be aware that there are some days when the short squeezes are just on and they pop like popcorn. And there's other days where the market's not doing a whole lot. Like right now, you can just get excited about an ICTP short float and go, I'm jumping in. But the daily chart's just not there. What I look for again when I go through here are charts that are strong or consolidating. Apron caught my eye this morning. This one still has a giant short float and only 7 million. You can see I've got a price alert there in Apron. I don't think I'm going to chase it. I just think I'd like to know when it breaks through, because it very well could break through and then just reverse again, because that's what a lot of the stuff does. Curve. Big short float. They had earnings. UPST daily chart looks kind of crappy. Evgo, EV Play. This one's been a disappointment. Estee, that's your iRobot. Okay, so geez, here we go. It's not a complete hour with me on Thursday unless we go down some weird rabbit hole. So Amazon bought iRobot, and everybody pretty much just said, "Oh, that's interesting." So Amazon is now basically going to create a blueprint of your home and store it. That iRobot's going to be sending information back to Amazon. They're going to know exactly how big your living room is and your other entry areas. Kind of spooky. The short squeeze scan right here. Here we go. So iRobot being purchased, nothing to trade there. I'll save it. Trust me, I'll save it here. So you got to go through them one by one and basically just set an alert. If I can find a good example for an alert set. Okay, this VERV, 30% short, 33. So I could come in here and just say, all right, at that line, that seems to be a nice breakthrough out of this consolidation. And I could have added the notes in there when I set that alert, 34% short, whatever. But I just click it, I bring it up, and then I take a look over here and see what's going on. Float and short percentage. So I will share this scan. There's always new people who are looking for a nice short squeeze scan. This is basically sorted by short float. So the deeper you get, the less likely they are to squeeze. So the deeper green numbers, those are the more likely. But it doesn't mean that just because it's on this list, it's going to pop. It's just something that you need to put on your watch list and your methodology, set some price alerts, and set it and forget it. Right, Happy? If you set it and forget it, then you don't get distracted with everything. Here it comes. All right, that's the cloud link there. Is it in Explorer? Oh, there is no short squeeze scan in Market Explorer that I know of. Let's take a look. Select strategy. Let's do it the right way. Let's do new E-window. Okay, are there any short squeezes in here? No, there's nothing really in that Market Explorer for short squeezes because kind of like what I was just saying, just because there's a name on here with a high short float, there still has to be a decent chart. Probably not a bad idea, though. I might suggest that to Michael to start with something along the lines of anything with 20% short the float or higher, but give me good looking charts. Now, just a little history on this because let me show you. Right now, this is not the same scan I used a year ago. A year ago, the reason I called this the A table was because these were the best looking charts. They were the A charts. However, for some reason, they had a 15% or 20% short float minimum, meaning what the hell are these traders missing? Why is such a good looking chart have such a high short float? Well, that all changed when the market rolled over this year. I can't use this composite rating. So here in the past, I used what we called the stock composite rating, and I used like an 80 or a 90. I mean, I could put a 90 in there right now, which means it's a beautiful looking chart. I'm probably not going to get a single, nope, not a single return. All right. So this composite rating is a nice way to just kind of find out multiple filters at once. How about any 80s? Are there any B students in this window that might work? There's two. So ASO, as we can see, has a nice chart. It's above all its moving averages. It's going higher. And CHK also has a nice score, but there's only two of them. So as the year went on and less charts were looking good, I finally decided to just give me a low score of 50, which means not that much. So basically, this is now just showing me all high short float charts, and it's up to me to determine if there's something that I like in there that I might want to put a price alert like we have right there. All right, how are we doing on questions? We're halfway through our session. Barry's exercising, lurking, listening, drinking his smoothie, taking his dog for a walk, doing his video. I know you're there, Barry. I'm going to turn off this Slack. It's just making my computer run too crazy. The last thing I want to do is crash with you guys live again. The sharings of the screens and all the imagery, it really taxes the GPU. All right, so let's go ahead and let's play around here. Let's do this. This is what I always like to do. So for those that look at the AI trades, I want to remind you that the AI is good at maybe finding a good entry. The AI is not so good at telling you when to get out. So that means that conservative mode in the AI means you're not really maximizing your profit. You could probably trade these and hold these better because the AI will wig out pretty quickly. If the trade is up and it pulls back slightly, it might do a tight trailing stop and then finish much higher. So what I do is I teach people to manage their own trades using my 15-minute chart here since they're intraday stuff. So nothing really to see there. There was a short. It worked well. First thing that we wanted to see as a short seller was to blast through and not find support at that 10 SMA. And it didn't. It blasted right through it and hit its target. So, assuming there were shorts on that one available, that was a good trade. Now we're back to a long here. And for the moment, there's our long. We were underneath the momentum line, which meant the first order of business was to get, here's the buy. The first order of business was to get through that. We did. We've pulled back, and now we're kind of holding it. So there's really no reason to get out of this trade. Again, I'm just trying to highlight a simple methodology for pulling up the AI entries and just judging the momentum to see how they're doing. All right, so this better be a short, and it is. So look at yesterday. INVH held that 10 SMA, just solid as a rock. And then it broke, and the AI got short right there. So what strategy is that? Downward dog? Not bad. So now immediately we've broken the momentum, but we have to keep the price below this 10 SMA. Otherwise, the trade won't work. Now, when I look at these, or when you look at them, you can't look at the intraday candle. So I'll use this one as an example. Perfect example. EW, there was our buy right here. Traded up, traded up. If you're watching this, it should have held. Now, technically, that candle held the 10 SMA. But what happened is the very next one closed. So the key word, guys, is close. You have to wait every 15 minutes and see where that 15-minute candle is going to close, because this just could have easily done that. Could have traded below, freaked you out, and then popped back up and closed on the moving average and then went higher. I see that a lot. So what I'm trying to instill is you've got to wait for the candle to close. So using that next candle, that's your signal candle. That's the candle that you realize that you got to quietly get up and head to the fire exits before everybody else figures it out. That's how I manage my winning trades for sure. So let's look at some more. Oh, beautiful, beautiful chart. Short play. AI shorted right here. Our very first test came right here. And we passed the test as a short sell. Boom, boom, boom. Just held down, just thrown back down into the basement. So now if you're short this stock, let's take a look at the daily just to see where we're going. Oh, so it's actually trying to find support here at the 50. I mean, if you were trying to just lock in something, you could take half off here, but the real story is going to come into play what happens when these two price and 10 SMAs converge. And I'll tell you, the later that you get in the day, the more likely it is the momentums will break down and they'll cross that line that you don't want it to cross, and they'll close above or below it the way you don't want it to. Here's another short from the AI. What is this telling us? Interesting. So the short was right at the rejection of the momentum line. Good. Went down. Technically speaking, SLVM has not posted a closing candle back above the 10 SMA. So you still stay short that one. From my methodology anyway. ASAN. Well, that one's kind of sloppy. It did break right there, and sometimes they can try and go back up, but my observations have been more often than not, as you pass the lunchtime and the longs break down those upward moving averages, you're probably best to just adhere to that rule. All right. So that's, again, I like to remind newer traders, you can use the AI for entry ideas, but use that method I just showed you for managing the trade. Turn the stop off. You got it from there. You can manage the trade much better than the AI can, just with a couple simple ideas like that. All right, let's make sure I'm all caught up here. Play just covered, right? So let's see what happened. All right, so there's play doing a reversal, locking in profits on a trailing candle. Where's the short squeeze? We did that. Hello, Teddy. Is Oxy still in play for short to medium term? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the OIHs, a bigger picture. And how well does Oxy look like the OIHs? So there's the oil service sector as a whole. You know what? This is an interesting area here. The sector didn't really tell us that much. If I go back to it, it's just really kind of twisted up in its moving averages, but it's holding its 50 there, and yesterday. Oxy has had a pretty good pullback. The people who chased, that's what you don't want to do as a new trader, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. Oh man, this must be doing something. I better jump in and chase the herd. That euphoria lasts not very long before you start to get some deep pullbacks. Now, this was a pretty deep pullback. You can see it tried to hold the 10, broke that. 2 days trying to hold the backstop at the 20, broke that. But now we're kind of just sitting down here at the 50. This is probably not a bad buy. The only downside is I think the USO chart looks pretty bad. So the commodity chart itself keeps me out of the oil trades right now. You see that? That's a that's a major gap down below significant 200-day support. So this chart has completely changed complexities here. It's back below a 200-day moving average, which it hasn't been for a very long time. So maybe that story is a bit overdone. Oh, geez, I'll take BTU. I lost money in BTU. That cold trade of the week did not work out at all. I got out yesterday, and I'm glad I did. And if the guy who sent me the friendly email saying I'm a complete idiot for calling that, well, yeah, not all trades work. What can I tell you? Oh, jeez. Had some last night, Oxy. Oh, boy. Careful with that stuff. All right, I think we're kind of caught up here. The next thing I was going to do was go through the races. And again, that's a daily. That goes over here. We'll look at those races, and we'll look at them through the same eye as what we were looking at through the 10 SMA, which, by the way, BTU, you bastard. Boom, boom. I mean, this thing is just under ridiculous pressure now. Look at that. So the energy and oil and those types of stocks, they do scare me a little bit. But nonetheless, let's take a look at some of these races and see how you could manage them. Oh, isn't this a little beauty? So Mara, IMRA, really nice little chug trend higher. And look at that 10 SMA, just beautifully support it all the way up. This one won a lot of races. Okay, so this one did nothing. It gapped up. And then there's the signal candle right there. It was not going to bounce. I mean, if it was going to bounce, it should have bounced right there. Now it's under pressure. I would not want to be in this one. You're just completely under the rooftop there of the 10 SMA. Curve, I know we looked at that one earlier. Big reversal on the daily. It's earnings, obviously. This is the test for curve. Is it going to hold this 10 to 150 or 5-day, excuse me. I call that the pinch. When you get these two moving averages converging together like that, it's almost like, a double strong area. And if it can't hold that, then that's a real tell that you don't want to be in it. Blue Apron, we looked at that. It's consolidating nicely. My only concern with this one is watch what it does. It took out this day's high right here, and then it just reversed. So we've got this high from that day, which reversed. I fully expect this thing to try and run the stops, but I would not chase this after 3 green candles. Nope, I just would not do it because it's probably just going to do the same thing again. These are the ones you want to try and pick up down here. It's kind of what I was trying to do with phase. All right, so phase is giving me no hassle here. It's holding that 10 SMA pretty tight. Matter of fact, look at how it's never given one closing candle. This thing is so wicky and whippy, but it'll trade below my momentum line. But I'm just waiting and watching to see if one of these 15-minute candles is going to reverse course and then close under there. So every time it trades below, I don't care. I just wait and see what the candle close will look like. Mankind, or did you mean MindMed? Come on, MindMed. All right, looks like we're caught up. All right, so let's continue and look through some of these trades here. We did Apron and UTX. Well, this was earlier today. Hey, look at this. Imagine if you used my methodology. Cool, cool, cool. All of a sudden, not cool. That candle right there was your signal candle. And looky what happened after that candle closed under the momentum line. As I said earlier, this sometimes can be a really nice early warning system to save you a lot of give back or loss. And I said, once I see that candle, I quietly get up and head for the exits before the fire starts. And this is just a beautiful example of how that method or that rule that I try and trade by actually helps. Yeah, MindMed. Let's see. And they did this damn reverse split, and then I think there was some real bullcrap pump and dump going on here. This whiz kid who was made a bunch of money in Bed Bath and Beyond supposedly went long, and I think that was just a real fake out story, which is unfortunate. But I still believe in the company long term, so I'm not going to let that bother me. It's the only stock I have with a long term horizon right now. All right. All right, is SRNE a bullish chart? Let's take a look. On the daily, it's fighting back. It's got a lot of work to do on the daily, especially right here, just above the highs around whatever we call that level, because I'm looking at the 50-day moving average. And so that's going to be a big headway. There's been a lot of good momentum yesterday and today, energy expended to get up to that level. So it very well could be, what is that, 240, just a couple pennies above today's high. I expect there'll be a bit of a war going on there. It could take a day or two or none at all. Who knows? But for the moment, if we zoom in, your candle passed the test. It started off below the 10 SMA, but it worked its way back up and closed above. This one closed above. So, for now, the intraday momentum line is still in play there. But look left, of course, and the daily candle is running right smack into the 50. Oh, a pinch. The pinch was on my intraday charts where you start to get the 10 SMA and the 50 converging, and the price is in between those. And usually the resolution of the first closing candle coming out of that 10 and a 5-day moving average will kind of give you the direction. I can't remember what chart that was. Okay, let's see here. ENPH, Mike. Nice daily, broke out of the congestion. Sometimes what we get is a big move, and then the next day we get a doji. So you could very well just kind of close as a doji here. And then you use that doji candle as your signal candle. What do I mean by that? It means tomorrow, the low and the high are your range. So if you take a position, tomorrow, and it breaks this doji from today, then it's going to die. But a lot of times you might get what's called a go, pause, go. Go, the pause is the doji, and then it goes again. But there's no way to know tomorrow. Currently, it's under pressure here, broke its 10 SMA, and it can't get back above. Again, I've got an order to sell here. Half phase at 1378, 1380. This is the kind of thing you're too late if you set an alert and you want to take profits by setting the alert to tell you to take profits. You might as well just skip that step of the alert and just throw your limit sell out there. And there's no better feeling than throwing it out there by looking left and seeing where it might be a good spot for sellers to jump in. In this case, I'm using the high of yesterday. And it could be at the blink of an eye, this thing pops up 80 cents, and before you know it, your sale is off and it backs off 20 cents. So trying to stay, like pilots do, especially pilots of twin engine airplanes that fly fast, you're always got to be flying 3 miles ahead of the nose cone. You've always got to be ahead of the plane, anticipate what's coming, not react.
Psst.
Hello?
That was me going, psst,
Are you
just in case you want to take off.
Oh,
I
wow,
didn't
that's
know,
early.
I didn't want to interrupt. So,
Oh, I got a couple more minutes in me. Let's see if I can catch up with any last
okay.
questions here.
All
I
right.
don't know what market turn dates are, Happy. What are market turn dates? I don't know what that means. Maybe Barry does.
Nope.
Yeah. What did you say? Which start you see you? You said something about this one, and I don't know, Michael, which one that was. A CU? That wasn't the symbol, was it? Guess not. I lost my train of thought, Michael. Sorry. Which one did he say started with CU and two more letters? Oh, CU plus two more letters. Was that
How
on the?
about
Oh,
curve,
curves.
CURV?
Curves.
Okay,
Okay.
I was going to say
So
that.
technically, this wasn't really kind of a pinch. A pinch was more in here. Like if the price had just stayed right there, that's what I call the pinch. It broke through, and now I've got like a double support area. So kind of a different terminology. It resolved through those two moving averages converging, and now ideally it should be pulling back and it should be finding these levels as support, because I've got two moving averages there that kind of feel like the brick wall is a little stronger. But if it doesn't and it falls back down below that 130 and closes below, then I would get out of that trade. I'm glad we figured out the mystery chart.
Can I
Let's.
cry in my soup?
Why? What'd you do?
LFST. I took the trade at about 9:28. I got out at 9:41 because it started to pull back, and then the market kind
Mm,
of did, and now it's at 976 LFST,
it
which
never
is kind of
broke.
where I was hoping it would get to
It
while
never
I was
broke the
still in it.
10. Look at that.
It
It
broke
never.
the 10. Yes,
No,
it
it never
well,
broke the 10.
it never, yeah, it never broke the 10. But that big giant red candle, I mean that, on the SPY, I thought, okay, I
Oh,
can't.
true. Yeah, I don't
I can't be
still
in
don't
anything.
know what's
Plus,
going
I'm on
on.
my break and I was outside, so I just couldn't risk it. At least I didn't feel like I wanted to risk it.
I think it was just a big old algo stop hunt. They just ran out of buyers up there at the highs, and you
Mm-hmm.
just lose the bid. And it happens all the time. They just reset
Yeah.
the market with a big old algo flush.
Mm-hmm. Man, oh man, what a. So there wasn't any specific news.
No,
Okay.
nope,
There's nothing
nope.
that Europe is completely destroyed. I mean, we know that sort of, but is it even more destroyed than it
I'd be
is now?
scared. I'd be scared to live there in Europe right now with the
Yeah.
winter coming. CI, I'll do one more here for Teddy before I take off. CI, it's holding very congested on the daily, which means it could pop out of there. Intraday, the short term, look at how it has tested that 5-day moving average a couple times here. So it's holding that, you know, as long as it can hold this 5-day moving average here on my 15-minute chart, I would say it's in play, but it's got still a lot of mess behind it. If it can break out of it, then you would have been an early adopter on CI. All right, guys. Well, Barry, I'm going to take you up on that early now.
Okay. I sharing my
Stretch my
screen now.
legs. All righty. Good luck, everybody. And don't forget to manage risk.
Okay, Steve.
All right. See ya.
All right, guys. Now back in rooms. Yeah, Steve is gone. So yeah, sorry, Dak. I thought you were rambling in the stocks only. That's why. So that's it. And Nerf is as far as I don't know if you're directing that comment to me about while I pump the product all day. I don't know if you're directing that to me. If you don't like it, you can always leave, and I'll be as polite as I can. Obviously, this is a free room. At some point, I will pump the product, and usually it's around 10:20 to 10:30 every day. That's when we seem to have the most people in the room. So and if you don't like it, well, I guess you could always leave. And I apologize if that was not directed towards me, but it is a free room and you have to put up with that every now and then. All right. Yeah. I am just saying to Steve, crying in my soup about I did not get back into the LFST because I was on my break. And so I missed this move. You're right at 12:15. I missed that move. I probably could have been convinced to take it right around that 9:40 mark as it regained, but oh well. So what else? So again, guys, I was on my break. I did see this just as I was taking my break, this big giant red candle. that wiped out everything for a while. And look at that NUTX. How miserable was that one? That's the reason. Well, I just didn't like the way it was trading. I was in this early, made a couple of pennies or something. Just did not like the way this was trading. And now look at it. I don't know what happened exactly, but and in fact, that was halted on the way down, wasn't it? NUTX. Yeah, Lyft, you know what? Lyft is still pretty good here. LYFT. It did not have that big downturn like the rest of the market. Still pretty good. LYFT. Saw this one earlier, course, on the way up, based a bit, little bit of a pullback when the market was, took that big giant red candle down, but it is still pretty good looking. Again, Benzinga reiterates this unconfirmed chatter from a questionable source regarding Lyft. That is an all-star headline. Dude, look at, if you guys are following it, SHPH, look at that big downturn. All right, what about GRTX? So it is through the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. And what do we see when we look left? Any room for this to keep running before it hits another high? See, not really. I mean, I suppose there's an argument that it could get to the 250 level, but it's going to have to get through a bunch of stuff in between. So, I don't want to see AZRE. How much over 5 is it? Yep. Well, it's getting closer now to that 576. Hey, listen, if it takes this out tomorrow, I mean, look at the room it's got. I recall, I don't, I don't remember why this actually collapsed the way it did. I can't really remember. It was not an earnings play. Something obviously happened, but I can't really remember why. And that's a good point, guys. If I'm pretty much like clockwork, between 10:20 and 10:30 is when I'll have my little spiel. If you don't like it, just mute me, Usually lasts about 15 minutes or so, and that's it. So if you don't like it, just mute me and then come back. Yeah, STBX. Okay. So risky, another one of those risky IPOs. What did it hit yesterday? $4, and the day before, 415, 479. So if this can get through 415, STBX, if it can, then the next high is 479. It's hard to see on this because it's the way it's extrapolated, but Yeah, I appreciate that blue color. Okay, guys. MGAM, another one of those wild IPOs from a while back. MGAM, kind of making a move. Boy, this market is really okay. Let me start. Take a look at Forge now. Did it ever see? I mean, this is classic. Classic, perhaps the way to use this top list or this watch list. Look at Forge right now, guys. FRGE won two races early on. Okay, now it's snoozing. Can you just see that if it can take out 450 somehow, because I think I backed this out a bit. Yeah, 450. So the next high, if it happens to take out 450, would be 528. Now, understand, of course, if it takes out 450, it's going to be doing it from a bit of a consolidation pattern, which is great if it does it. Now, you like to see it do it on volume. All right, so I just put this buy order in. Okay, at 450 in the simulator. And we'll see if it takes it out at some point. Take a look at QH. What is it doing? It's not doing much. So, I'd forget about that one for a while anyway. Now the NUTX, I know it well briefly. It was trying to come back over 3. Ruby to me seems a little bit done. Same thing with the STBX guys. I said if it takes out 415. It's possible. It's possible that it'll have a run. Wow, look at this. Look at SHPH right now. I mean, nobody is still wandered away from their computer thinking, well, I guess this is safe now. There's a $7 drop and increasing. Well, IN, sort of interesting. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market really. Didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Yeah, a lot of these seem to move just because they're saying they're going to be participating in some kind of an upcoming conference of some sort, depending on the sector they're in. They just seem to have that, okay, great. And then they have a little move because that's the only thing I can see or only reason for IN, I think today is what I'm talking about, upcoming healthcare conferences. And I guess if you want to think this way, I mean, if you're going to present, you're not going to present, by the way, guys, we had horrible data and here's our presentation. Probably not. Okay. They're there as a sales pitch to some extent. Yeah, there's love. Wow, love has actually gone negative now. I know you guys were talking about it earlier. There's a, it's a little too late for me now. This has gone negative. It was an earnings play. Well, is an earnings play. It was very positive to begin the day. It got as high as 34 something, $35. So there's like a $9 drop from the high in the pre-market, and just no, well, no love for it. Yeah, and there it went, guys. Just was literally just talking about it. How well would it hold for? And taking out that high right there of 415, and then the next high, 479. Agio, this one, wish I'd been paying a little more attention to this one, because look what it's done. I mean, it had the great day a few days ago, little follow through. Then yesterday, I think at the beginning of the day when the market was falling, and then of course, then it ran up, closed. It still closed below the close of the day before. But look what it's doing right now. Agio, AGIO, and I don't know. I can't remember where we see all the resistance. I mean, I'm going to go back quite a ways. Actually, not that far. So early January. So it's coming into early January, but look at this move here. I mean, look at this move, taking all that out that day. I know it had some news. I just can't remember what it was. I think I know the reason now for this one, for its big drop the day yesterday, and then recovery, because it says that the CFO. Well, there's a okay. Quit is like, you know, that's the harsher version, I suppose, of resign. But anyway, so that was yesterday, and effective September 16th. So that's probably pretty, unless this was planned. Yeah, this doesn't, this looks like this was not planned by the guy. I mean, I don't know for sure. So that probably is the reason why, we had the drop yesterday and then the recovery. Yikes, look at that SP or HPH now. Oh, yeah, when they go down, wow, look at this. I mean, this is just gaining speed now, guys. Gaining speed on the way down. Well, this is kind of interesting now. The AMLX, it's really basing, and I don't believe it's going to just stay here for the rest of the day. So, I mean, this may have another further drop, or maybe it pops from here. I would just set, a price alert a little bit above the current price, maybe around the 28 mark, and put an alert underneath and see if it takes it out. So sort of bracket the alerts and see if it goes one way or the other. I refuse to believe it's just going to stay here all day. And that is the AMLX. Well, the LFST is actually above, I think, that daily candle that I saw a long time ago. Yeah. Oh no, it was back here. It had to be back here. 981, 926. Yeah, 979. So 979, it's right there. I mean, listen, if it can break through that, then the next high is 1057. Yeah, I don't, that must be something, I don't see that in a headline for me in Interactive Brokers regarding SHPH, but something happened. I mean, yeah, there is profit taking, and then there is, fleeing it. I mean, that's just a massive, massive dump here, and good volume too on that. And you link news to chart on IB. Well, you can link, well, you just establish your link to IB, okay? And then once you do that, I mean, I'm always looking in IB for the news, okay? So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, you're just linking to IB. So when I click on the alert, then I'm always looking then in my interactive brokers first to check the time and sales, and then I'm checking to see if there's a headline of some sort. I could, you know, I could put, I don't want to do that because this is interactive brokers, okay? Not everybody has, and then I get all the questions, well, how are you getting this box? But, this is what happens. I don't know if that answers your question, but did that answer your question, market maker? Well, guys, LFST, it looks like it wants to take out 10. My goodness. It did? Okay. Really? Oh, there's Wainwright. How clownish is this though? I mean, their past target was 5, so it hit their past target. Now it's 70. How clownish is that? Boy, guys, keep an eye on LFST on a 10 break. I mean, it still has room. What did I say? 1057 is the next high looking left. I have no opinion on that perfect circle. I was asked who is the scammiest fund, in my opinion. I really don't, I don't know any of them. I just find it amusing when Wainwright seems to put, but other firms do the same thing and do the same thing. I think Cowan can put on these ridiculous price targets, but all right, we've got a little struggle at 10 for LFST, just a little one. All right, well, let's just look at PTN and look at the next high looking left. I think that's 709, is that right? Yeah, 709 is the next high looking left. Obviously, if we can get through that, then still flirting, guys. $10. LFST, still right around that area. $10. Let's see if we get a major break. Ten is holding. LFST 10 is holding. It seems anyway. 1001, 1004 bid ask. Let's see if we get about a 1005 on the bid, clearing that 10. Hey guys, let's see if it really runs here now. And that's the LFST. Anything under 10, I'm back out. Okay, guys, just watching the LFST, wanting to see if it can get into the high 20s, mid 20s. All right, like we've got a bit of a winner on our hands. Just waited for that 10 break. I said I could see a bit of 10.05. Can't tell you to take the trade, guys, but you saw what I was looking at here on the LFST. More importantly, looking left has a little bit of room to that 1050 mark. Interesting. It hasn't won a race up here. You see, it probably finished second or third many times, but it's not won a race. Maybe this will be the time. Watch though, how much time left? 128. So it's at the top here, but somebody else could knock it off. And so that is what I've been asking for, is a top three, a cumulative top three for the day. Because some stock could finish second 10 times in a row, and some stock could win a race once and send the top 10 list. It won a race once or twice. Some stock could finish 10 or second 10 times in a row and you wouldn't see it. All right, guys, I've taken some off at the 1036 37 mark. That's from about 1005. That's the LFST. Why? Well, there's your high here. At 10. Am I right? Yeah, 1057. 1057. So, I'm just aware of that. 1057. Wow, look at the volume coming in too. Boy, it takes out 10. I mean, listen, if it takes out 1050, 1057, the next high is 1125. What a day. And it's all about a new CEO. One guy leaves, another guy comes in, market big reward. It's not a crazy low float either, 66 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. You know, this is up 26% and only 400,000 shares. I mean, that's look out. This is shortable also for me. Look at the spread though. 614, 614, 631 on the spread. That's it for me in the LFST. Just can't hang around too long, in my opinion. Again, look what it tried to do. Got right to 1050. My area was 1050, what, 1058, I said? 1057. I mean, it got right to 1050. I said it could stall at that 1057 mark. I was so aware of that. All right, which way did AMLX break? Yeah, it broke up a little bit, guys. AMLX broke up a little bit. Still $7 from its pre-market high. I would have rather it had broken down. Boy, look at this SHPH. Oh man. Thank you, Jamie. Look at this SHPH straight down. So 42 to 26. So guys, let this be a lesson to you. I mean, low float, wonderful when they move up, but look how fast they can move down. Look how fast they can move down. Yeah, it could be. Little red bar ignored. I'd have to get a bigger 15-minute. You're talking on a 15-minute chart, right? Well, let's take a look. Just get a bigger chart. Yep. Yeah, it definitely is a red bar ignored. Now, the only issue I've got with it, though, I mean, it is a red bar ignored. That red bar, what's a high there, is 2804. The high here is 2807. So, yes, so that is the only issue I've got is I'd like to see more of an uptrend. So I'd like to see a few, like even one more green candle. But no question that when it took out that 2803, it's starting to move a bit anyway. There it goes. But you see what I mean? Because, yeah, I mean, technically, this is a red bar ignored. There you have a green bar. You've got that red bar, next one, totally engulfed by that previous green candle. And then the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle. That can signal, and in this case, well, listen, it may run. I just like to see a bit more of a trend ahead of that, because the whole idea of this is that you got a trend, pause in the trend, continuation. This wasn't really much of a trend, was it? But hey, listen, it might just rip from here. I'm not in it. I got to get something to replace this until I don't know how much I can shrink this down. Yeah, that's it. That's me, Jesse. She did die, did she? Well, I, hmm I'm certainly not a monarchist or anything like that. Obviously Canada is part of the Commonwealth, but I mean, my goodness. Hmm. Yeah, I completely get it, JK. I completely get it. Hmm. Yeah, I know your guys are posting on the specific stocks, but in this particular case, that's okay. That's uh, no, that's okay. That's okay. Actually, I'm a little choked up myself. Okay. Okay, so I was mentioning the IN guys, EYENIN. A little bit of a move here. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the LFST again. I mean, it pulled right back down to 10. Okay, and maybe it's going to bounce again from 10. Keep an eye on the LFST. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it pulled back to 10. And who knows, maybe another run. But again, that 1050 is going to be tough to get through. We may not be able to do it. I have no opinion, Rob. I know it seems to be that's a conspiracy about it. I don't think that the stuff that we trade, if you're looking at the volatile things, I don't know if they can really see it. I mean, you get all sorts of opinions on it. I really don't pay that much attention though. The question in the YouTube room was, do market makers see our stops and do they, hunt them and get, I mean, listen, I asked 10 people, I get probably it's split 50-50. I just don't really pay that much attention. The other thing is I don't scalp, so I'm not looking to trying to make a nickel on something, with a 1 cent stop. But others may have a different view or opinion, and that's okay. But I just don't let it concern me. I suppose maybe that's more to the point. What a crazy day in the market, guys. I mean, look at this. Look how choppy. I mean, this is the pre-market. We had 45 minutes, an hour straight down. That first 15-minute candle, I know I've gone over this before, but that first 15-minute candle looked really bad. It was a big giant red candle. And then we had this massive, hour and a half or so move up. And then we had this getting all wiped out again. And now we're starting to climb again. So it's very possible that, depending on what you're in, if certainly if it's market related, you're getting very difficult day to trade. Now, it's a lot of the stuff that we see here, of course, they don't really doesn't really care. LFSC did not hold. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see here. So I've got a marketing meeting in about 20 minutes. Boy, look at this one. Look at this RXRX. Okay. Had a nice couple of days coming into that 13 level. Boy, if it can take out 13, look at this consolidation. Takes out 13. What's the float like? 83 million. But it's got to get through this. And if it got through that 13 level, 1383 would be the next high on the daily chart. Interesting. So I'm just going to stick an alert there. In fact, why don't I just put a little buy in the simulator? So it's going to create the buy order and see what happens. See if it takes that out either today or tomorrow. I'll just leave it in there. You know what I've got to do though? Okay. That's why some of those orders were disappearing because yeah, the default is 3 minutes. That's crazy. Time and force. It's called time and force. In other words, you'll hold the trade for 3 minutes, and if it doesn't execute it, or 3 minutes and whatever, 11 seconds, it disappears. I asked them to change that. You want to do that in your real account, fine, but well, Imra is still alive here, but that 250 mark could be really tough for it to get through. IMRA. Boy, I wish this weren't so close to the whole number, RXRX. This looks so interesting. I mean, look at the beautiful consolidation that ever pumped its way through here. I just wish it weren't so close to that 13 whole number. I don't think Real is in the room today, Jordan. I haven't seen him. Usually he introduces himself when he comes in, so I don't think he's been in the room today. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Hall, I think if I understand, yeah, I mean, if you have 10 lanes or 5 lanes, I mean, these stocks will change all day long. And so will the top 10 list. Assuming, if something, I mean, obviously a stock can get knocked out. I mean, if a couple of stocks all of a sudden that we didn't see win 3 races, these last two will get knocked out as an example. Is that what you mean? I mean, yeah, I mean, this will be changing to a certain extent all day long. Well, the LFST caught my interest a couple of times. I'm not in it anymore. Traded it twice. Not in it anymore. The other one that I'm kind of watching, but I'm looking at on the short side though, is this AMLX to see if it really breaks down again. That's about it right now. Been a real choppy day. The RXRX, I love it, but it's just too close to the whole number for me. But if it, as I say, if it can get through this 13 level, okay, I see what's happening. Okay, I'm going to redo this. This should work now. Put a buy order in here. See if it takes it out tomorrow. No, I think Hall, that was an answer to the question a long time ago. Okay, the question was, if you only have 5 lanes, do you just get a top 5 list? And he was responding, well, I run a race with only 5 lanes, but I do get a top 10 list. That's what he was talking about. Because somebody asked me that question, I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, CMRX, but again, I just look and there's just too much stuff going on when I look left. I need something that has a lot more room before it hits the next high if I'm going to get interested. And again, this marketing meeting is going to be pretty soon, so probably won't get into anything before the meeting. Well, look at it. IMRA, boy, if it takes out that 250, where could it go? Let's take a look. Next high is 258, and then after that, 284. Couple of great days. Another one, guys, KULR. I mean, you just look left and you start to see all the areas it could stall. But we've got to click on it. That's why I will never auto trade, because if I were auto trading saying, oh, okay, then why don't you just take a winner? And then I would get into this on an auto trade and I'd be really ticked off because I'd be looking at all this resistance. So I don't get auto trading at all, guys. Take a second, take a look at the chart, then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it. Look, I mean, if something like this is a 160 and then you looked at it and then all of a sudden it's 180, okay. I mean, it's going to happen, but most of the time you've got a few seconds to check the chart out to see whether or not you want to take the trade or not. Check what the market's doing. I mean, if it now again, if those of you who are just in it to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop, this is definitely not the right program. And the reason I always say that, because we do get people who they say, "Well, I back tested this and it looks great. I had a nickel profit with a 2 cent stop, and yet when I try to trade it for real, it doesn't work." Ooh, here's an interesting one: the CRNX. Look at the CRNX, guys. Look at the room underneath. So it's broken down through the whole number one. And then look left, about $20. So it's got some room underneath, CRNX. See if there's any news on that one. Not really. Yeah, so Igor, it depends on if I use the buy button. Okay, because the buy button is just set up to do something, I don't want to call it's not auto trading, but I mean it sets up a buy of $5,000 worth, and it's just trying to make it easy for new people, okay, rather than trying to set up something on the buy button themselves. So what we've done is we said, okay, if you buy something using the buy button, it's going to buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you told it to buy, and then it puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay. Now, if for real though, what I'd be doing is, the number of shares I would take would be based on the difference between my entry and where I'm going to put my stop, and then how much am I going to risk on the trade. So, so it's not a when I trade for real, it is not based on a fixed position size. Neither is this though. Neither is that buy button, because it's based on taking $5,000 at the price and then putting the stop at the low of the day. Again, not an ideal stop, of course, but all we're trying to do is automate this for people so they don't have to figure out, well, how do I set this buy button? Because in the past you used to have to take a strategy, either your own or one of the strategies that we had here, and then assign it, to the buy button. Too many steps. Too many steps. People they just want simple. So click the buy button and it'll buy $5,000 worth at the price, with the stop at the low of the day. Again, and I'm not recommending that as a stop. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute in a meeting. This is what a choppy day. I mean, this is really, I haven't seen a day like this for a while with these giant swings. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. And are you still around? Brian, you asked about the strength of lift today. I don't know if that is the reason, because we jokingly, if you take a look at, let's see if I still have that headline. Yeah, I don't have that headline because Benzinga basically said this is moving higher due to a questionable resource. In other words, somebody is pumping it and something else. It was pretty amusing how they had the headline. I just don't have it anymore. I'm just looking to see, yeah, I don't have that headline anymore from Benzinga. It was showing up on Interactive Brokers, but it was very amusing. It was something like, we don't know why it's going up. It appears that questionable resource is pumping this, something to that effect. Because I cannot see any specific reason for it. Guys, I mentioned this one just before I went in my marketing meeting, is CRNX. I mentioned this one just as it was breaking down underneath 20 and it showed the room here. Took a little short in it. It's been lovely. It's been pretty amusing. It's been just kind of drifting down. The spread was a little bit tough, but I didn't go crazy on how many shares, and I just been kind of watching it. That's the one. Thank you. Traders attributing the move to unconfirmed chatter circulating on social media from questionable source. There you go. That was the same thing I saw in Interactive Brokers. So I thought that was highly amusing. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Boy, this is just inching down, down, down. This CRNX. For wondering where I found that one, as I said yesterday, the only short scan that I've got is from Real's Momo Trendo down. Momo Trendo down. And I flipped. I think last week he put in a scan called Momo Trendo up, and I don't use that one because I've got plenty of Momo here, momentum here. but I am using the Momo Trendo down to potentially find some shorts. And yeah. Now, Zach, you said that this has been the meeting or the results, the shareholder results for DWAC has been postponed till 3 o'clock. Is that correct? Okay. What happened to NUTX? Profit taking? I don't know. I mean, Teddy, yeah, I mean, it was looked pretty good for a while, but I don't know why it moved down like it did. I don't know if there's any specific news that came in, other than the fact that it probably moved up on fluff anyway. Okay, I guess I can sneak that in here then. No, I can't. I can't. Just a minute. Well, we figure out what's going on with the news. Ah, you guys, give me a moment as we try to figure out what's happening with that news. So what I've done here is I have, I don't know if the top 10 list is going to show up. What I've done here is I just put the large cap gainers race also. Or it has to be a certain size. It should be good. Maybe it's okay. I think what's happened is now, okay, so I think I'll leave this here. I think we can have this one up here for a while anyway, the large cap gainers from the open. So we've got two races going. So one is more volatile stocks and one larger cap stocks. Okay. And again, I'm sharing both of these. Okay, guys, 2:41. So I'll be putting myself on mute fairly soon, probably in about 10 or 15 minutes from now. But before I do, yes, I'll promote the room. Or promote trade ideas, I should say. Right, so I just put my homepage link in. So when you click on it, if you want to take out a subscription, here it is. There's a promo code you can use. If you do take out a subscription, absolutely do the Let's Get Started. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos broken up in segments. So please do that before you do anything else. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. You can sign up for it here. And all the education is here. Okay, including the user guide, very valuable user guide to take a look at. There is that getting started. At the very least, know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. You can look at the other stuff later if you want, but those are the key things about trade ideas that you should know about. And the daily support. So before I shut down the main room at 3:30, Chris will take over in our YouTube room. Between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut down the main room. And he's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. And the daily webinars, they'll start again next week. And the Back to Basics, again, a great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay. So if you're new to trading, really, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. All free. And last, my scans. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. So now you can actually see the large cap gainers from the open. Before I wasn't displaying it, but there it is now. So here are the two races and some other scans that I've got. Okay. So save my link, then you can look at everything anytime you want. So good time to ask questions. If you have any questions, good time to ask questions. I haven't seen this one for a while, this Disney, kid pick, the rumor way back when. I don't know if it was a rumor or it actually happened. Something to do with Disney. Kid pick, PIK. Wow. I did see our NK. It's just complete drift down mode. So if you click on my link, Joe, click on my link, Barry's homepage, and there it is. Barry for Alpha, 15% off. 1.5, okay, first month only or the entire year. There's the promo code. Boy, look at this thing. ELAN. Just all-time low now. ELAN, Elan. All-time low. Oh, yeah. You can set up your homepage after. I mean, you can use trade ideas 24 hours a day. I mean, obviously the market's closed at 4, but they're still after hours. I mean, our data starts coming in at 4 in the morning, all Eastern time, 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. So you can use trade ideas, but after that, you can, of course, you can set up your home page, as you call it, a layout, your home layout. If absolutely. The source. So I had a question about what was my source for CRNX. So last week, let me bring it up. Actually, I think I have it minimized. So last week, Real gave us this one, Momo Trendo up. Okay. And so what I did, because I'm not actually that interested in finding these ones on the way up, I've got enough to deal with right here on these two. That gives me enough that I can concentrate on rather than having another scan. But I decided to take this scan and flip it. So in other words, a Momo Trendo down. And this was it. And so that is what there's BHC as an example. Somebody's talking about BHC right now, but this is I'd have to see where I found the CRNX. It was, oh, there it is, right there. CRNX was right there, and at 2038. Okay, no, I didn't get it at 2030. I'm sorry. This is later on. I got it earlier. I can't remember where there it is. There, exactly it. 153 CRNX. When I mentioned this in the room, right at this point, I said, here's one that's just broken down through the whole number. What do? The immediate thing I did, took a look left to see where it could go. And the next low looking left is just under 20. So that convinced me. No, it isn't on my site. I can give you it though, if you want. Okay. So anybody else who wants that one, and that is from that is one real. I may have made some changes, maybe a price change or something like that, but yeah, I mean, because I'm not, these will not give me, and I haven't really found a great way. I mean, I know how I can flip these to give me shorts, potential shorts. I really haven't seen it as good as the ones that move up. It's that simple in terms of the racing. So I thought, okay, I will try that one, and it gives me some really interesting looks. Can you run the races PM? You mean post market or pre market? Post market? Yes, this race, for instance, both these races will keep running. It's all a matter of. Let me just duplicate the window. It's all a matter of your setup. So you notice here, my race starts at 9:30 and it ends at 6 p.m. That's what I've done. Okay. So it starts at 9. These are all times Eastern. So you can run this race. Will keep running at from 4 o'clock Eastern time to 6. This one will do the same. And that's just a matter of, so if you take my races, this is the setup that you'll have. So, 4 minutes, change from the 4-minute races, automatically start at 9:30, end at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I've watched this. I mean, I'm not that interested in after hours, but if I'm hanging around, if I'm doing something and I'm sitting down here, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, these things come right through. the ones that are moving after hours. Yes. Yes, I did cover my CRNX. Right. It got closer and closer to that 20. Not quite 2026. I mean, that was wonderful. 2080. Actually got in, I think, at 2079. That was where I got in, 2079. And then just kind of writing it down, I was in that meeting. There was no reason to take off anything. And then right here around that 20, what did it get down to? 2026, 2030. The minute it started doing this, I thought, okay. When it took that, when it got up to the 2040s, I decided to get out. But it was a very relaxing trade. Very relaxing. I mean, even though the spread wasn't great, the spread is not great now. The spread when I got in was about 5 cents. Not great, but not terrible. But even with that spread, the other thing that was a little worrisome, not a lot of volume. But underneath the whole number, room to move underneath, that sold me. This doesn't look good, yeah, for BHC. Okay, Jorn, I saw your post about just before I was taking or in that meeting about SHPH. Yeah, oops, you're not a symbol yet. Maybe when you get your own company, we can put you up as a symbol. But so yeah, there's the SH. So I actually have an alert set here. I mean, we got a bunch of highs, a couple of highs right there, another one here. You can kind of see highly risky, but if it takes out that 31.35 mark, it may get rolling again. Okay, give me a moment, please. My robot cleaner has started when it shouldn't have. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back now. So I will put myself on mute. Again, I'm here. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. By the way, guys, that scan I just shared, the Momo Trendo down, it does have a sound alert on it. Okay, so if you hear sell, sell, sell out of nowhere, okay, that's where it's coming from. Hopefully I don't, anything in my there. You probably heard it again. If you downloaded it. Well, let's see this vote. Yeah, a couple of SPAC ETFs have also closed, right? Remember SPAK? Remember when SPACs were going crazy? And so SPAK was started. It is defunct now. And they said another one. What was the other one? I didn't know this one. SPXZ. I didn't know that one. Well, hopefully they always talk in terms of Eastern time, like I do, Zach. But who knows? It looks like the vote's in. Looks like the vote is in. It looks like it's in, and I know you said that you were going to reserve some shorts. Whoops! Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I mean, the vote looks like it's in, but how is okay, guys? Keep an eye on CFVI to see if it's popping on that news at all. because if you look at it this way, I mean, they're kind of they're rival platforms. So I mean, if DWAC does not exist, then this one probably will have a pop. Oh, to 5 p.m. I see. Okay. You know what's going on. I mean, obviously, what's going on is they're scrambling to try to find. What I read this morning was that the big funds and all will vote, but it's the individual investors who typically don't even vote, don't even probably know what's going on. And so if they need them, so they're probably canvassing like mad and keep postponing the vote. Anyway, get back on mute. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in. I'm anticipating that Chris will be in our YouTube room any moment now. I'm going to put the YouTube link in right now. Hmm. And what time is it right now? 3:25. So I'll keep the room open another minute or so, the main room open. Of course, the YouTube room will be open until 4:30. What a choppy day, guys. This is one of the choppier days I can remember. You had a big downturn, big upturn, big downturn, big upturn, and now who knows? But the market is going to, we'll have two, well, as long as, hi, Chris.
Hello.
As long, I'm just concluding here. As long as the this holds, I holds, I guess we'll have two positive days in a row. Okay, just let me shut down the main room.
You got it.
Okay, guys, just give me a moment, put my script together. Okay, main roomers, thanks for all the help today. I'll shut the room down now and I'll open it tomorrow. Except my copy and paste didn't work. Let's see. There we go. Okay, guys, so I'll shut the main room down right now. I'll open it tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening. And if you're an NFL fan, yippee. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, so I made a screen swap. I don't know if you've already got your biking shoes on and you're ready to go, but I'm ready.
I got my hat on and everything, the helmet's on and everything.
Oh, my goodness. Getting it in before the cooler weather gets in there.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
Good. So, all right, Barry, I will talk to you later. You have a great one.
You too, Chris. Bye-bye.
All righty, everybody. So Barry makes his way out for a nice little bike ride there. I'll make my way in. So, yeah, wherever you are in the northern hemisphere, the cooler weather is going to start to push in. Although we did have quite the long-lasting warm weather right into December last year, where I am in the Northeast. So, you never know, but definitely got to squeeze in those outdoor activities when you can. So, with all that said, happy Thursday, aka Friday Junior. Another exciting day from the market. I don't know if Michael Anthony is here or not, but he kept making mention about the Fed yesterday, and I have to guess that move in the SPY was the Fed, was Jerome Powell talking. I don't know what else it could have been. I don't think the Queen passing away would have this effect on the stock market. I mean, I think that was. I don't think that's something that would really rock the stock market like that. I get, is it possible? Sure, I guess. Just not something I would anticipate. That's all. But I'm guessing this had to do with some kind of Fed talk here, or Powell specifically, because I believe he was the one that was talking. And then for whatever reason, the market liked everything again, pretty much. Can't get back to that 400 number. Had Powell not been talking today, I would have just said it was a 400. We hit 400 and probably a bunch of sell programs came right out and ready to sell off at 400. These bounces, sometimes in the bear market will look like that, and sometimes they'll look more like this, so really, really big bounce, not so big of a bounce, right? Oil is up. Yeah, I mean, massive sell off on oil yesterday, but just energy stocks in general, because you had the you've got all these governments, between the EU and the UK and the US, all talking about price caps on oil, back in June. Now they're talking about price caps on energy bills and natural gas. And anybody that knows me knows, as soon as governments want to start interfering with price caps, as soon as they want to not let capital markets be quote unquote capital markets, because we can argue crony capitalism and stuff like that. That's not my point. But as soon as they want to, put more handcuffs on how much money someone can make or charge for something, you usually see things in that industry fall apart fairly quickly. So, I think that was a big reason for the sell-off in natural gas yesterday, and oil suffered with it as well. And then everybody digests, and we live in a hurry up and give it to me now environment. So, anyways, I always like to tease efficient markets, right? This is what efficient markets do. I mean, kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. So yeah, all of that. So CPG. Let's take a look at it for you there, Michael Anthony. CPG. So this beautiful run up and a sell off. I'm kind of stuck in this range right here. So I don't know. You hold the bottom of this range, and you might be able to start to build back again. You just need governments to stop talking about energy and let markets do their thing. If it's going to be weak because the market is weak, so be it. That's it. But if it's going to be weak because governments are yapping their mouths, then unfortunately that's just really price manipulation across the board, one way or the other. So. But you got a good base that's in here from way back when also that it blasted off of. So it's a good base to make an attempt to build off of. Below here, get ugly quick, stays above here. Doesn't mean it's going, but the odds are more in the favor of it going. So anywho, that's that. Read an article yesterday. It said the S&P 500 must go down 16% below current level to get back to a bear market. I don't know who wrote that, but we're in a bear market. Whoever wrote that is gravely mistaken. We are in a bear market. That bear market never ended. Well, I mean, there's a lot of ifs in there. If you believe we're a free country, I mean, it just a lot of political jargon. Here's the thing. The reason why people like to come to the United States and do business is because we don't tell people how much money they can make. That's what socialism does. That's what communism does. That's how those economies work. Those economies literally tell people this is the max amount you're allowed to make. This is it. This is a cap on it. There was no cap on it. The government just taxes on top of whatever people are making. But there's no regulation that says you can only make this amount of money. That doesn't exist in this country. But if they do decide to put price caps on it, then it will exist. It'll be a first for this country. I mean, I'm sure there's some historical reference that can be pointed to by someone that says, oh, well, our government did it with this. And I would suspect that anything that our government has done it with, that business did very, very well afterwards. So that's what will happen with oil. Whether they should or shouldn't do it, that's a completely different argument. Whether they can do it, they can do whatever they want. They've already proven that. So, as the saying goes, slowly and then all at once. So, you talk about ideas and the idea seems crazy, but once an idea has been talked about and put out in the air, perception becomes reality. And that's how it works. So, it just kind of is what it is. So, anywho, that's that's just how that goes. So, Well, that's all political stuff there, Aj, and like I said, I'm not going to get into that. Keep it to the economic side of things. As far as me making money, I just know that if the government really wants to get heavy-handed in something, I'd prefer to stay away from it investment-wise. That's not to say that oil and gas stocks can't have a good day and day trade them and things like that, but it becomes less investable because all of a sudden, why would I invest my money if there's a limit to what I can make on it? It doesn't make any sense for me to risk my money when my risk is unlimited, but my potential for making money is limited. And that becomes the big issue with all that stuff like that. So, but moving along, it is what it is. Oh, okay, correction, bull market. Sorry, yeah. So no, we gotta, to be another bull market. The definition on a bull market is a rise of 20% after two 20% declines. So, we didn't have two 20% declines, obviously. You're not always going to get two 20% declines either, but for me, and I think for a lot of people that we talk to, you're going to have to cross this level up here for an all safe for the next bull market. You're going to have to cross up here and get some closes up here. And that's when I'll be calling it a bull market again anyways. Anything outside of that, we're in a bear market. If we rally to 450 and we fall, we're in a bear market still. That's how that'll work. People can split hairs and argue. We're changing the definition of a recession now, so we can change the definition of a bull market while we're at it. It's hard in this environment, Michael Anthony. There's no safe haven right now. You can make an argument, maybe uranium, because we keep hearing more and more talk about uranium. But again, you're still tied to news with this. You don't want your investments tied to the news. It's one thing to have a day trade tied to the news. That's fine, but having your investments tied to the news is less than optimal, to say the least. So, make of that what you will. You can take a look at maybe TAN. I don't know. This is for everybody. TAN is holding up very well still with everything that's going on. Your solar stocks. So you can either buy a basket of them in TAN, or you could look at something like Run. That looks really great still. You could look at something like ARRY. That's holding up pretty well here, although not a great day today. Who else? I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head, but for solar, what do they look like? For solar, look at how strong that chart is. That chart's blowing it out of the water right now. So, those are places you might look, but that doesn't mean that the run continues. So, just kind of is what it is there. With that said, yesterday, I discussed it was kind of a lackluster day from my races, and today, I'd say we were right back on track. IMRA, not great, but $2 stock, holds $2 here, makes good move, pull back, nice pop, pull back, another nice pop. Getting stuck at that 250 level, but if you could get 15, 20, 30 cents of a 50-cent move on a $2 stock, that's pretty good. You can really argue that, again, it's hard when you're getting used to seeing, 40 and 50% moves, but that's just not normal. We're kind of really spoiled. STBX, great move here. A very tradable move in that, I feel like. So you had this run up here, and the stock kind of went to sleep for a little bit. And when you broke that $4 level again, really nice move there. So there's a couple of opportunities in here. And this was coming in the race here, and it was coming in the race back here again. So you had a lot of opportunities here on this. And again, the top 10 list being a great watch list. ATHX, another one, just very, very nice. Not overly whippy, an okay spread on it, 1-2 cents for the whole day. So, another good one, plenty of liquidity, good volume. APRN, you had to be a little more patient with this one, but this one really went. I took a small trade in it, got out of it very quickly when it couldn't break. So I took it on this candle here, and I closed it on this candle here when it couldn't push through there. And I only took it on my small IB account. And then, it did this for a while, and I was glad that I closed it. And obviously it went on, but I was a very risk off person today, and I had no intention of holding on to risk going into later hours. So it was what it was. In and out fairly quickly on it. Of course, hindsight, yeah, do I wish I held it more? Sure, I do. But I wasn't, I'd already seen it drop below $7 a couple of times, and I wasn't going to let it do that again to me. I don't want to be a bag holder on a stock like this, So, but again, a little bit of patience, setting price alerts. A great move was to be had there eventually. And what did NUTX do? NUTX, nope, not a good look at all. AERC, good look from this here. Got liquidity, doesn't really have volume, but still a decent move out of here. And again, on a 5-minute chart, looks a little nicer here. It's skipping around, and you get that big push, a pullback, and a big push. But definitely tradable. I never looked at CURV, did I? I can't remember if I looked at this or not. But great move. Earnings play from yesterday. Plenty of liquidity, decent volume. So gap down was coming through somewhere in here. Great move after the gap down and reversal. And again, this is a prime example of why I don't use change from close. I also want to show this is a prime example of why I don't use relative volume in my scanners, right? Plenty of liquidity, volume isn't that great. If I put even a relative volume of 1, I never saw that stock, right? Riot, there's a bunch of Bitcoin stocks that were moving today. Great move here. It's just nice, beautiful all day long too. If you've got four race winners, it's been here a ton. HUT is a Bitcoin stock too. They're both, I think, with mining. Great move, great move out of this here. Look at that, beautiful, nice clean chart. There's some topping and bottoming shadows, but it's not overly whippy. You get this one bottoming shadow here, and then pretty clean after that. So it's a solid move here, really solid day from the scanner again. And this is just the top 10 winners. This isn't just if you were paying attention, because there could be second and third place stocks here that did very well through the day. They're just not displayed here. I'd have to go through all the alerts in here. We discussed the other day about giving an option, so it's not just if you right click show all winners or show top 10 winners, but we could show second place and third place winners too. So I would suspect that we see something like that in the next couple of months. Can I promise that? Obviously not. But this stock here, while yes, it made an okay move here, $1.24 and 25%. This is an example of a much tougher trader. The spread on this isn't good. We can see it kind of gaps and skips around. Not liquid, it's not illiquid, but 530 shares, with 15 minutes to go on the market close. Not great, even though the relative volume is really kicking. So, this stock trades next to nothing as it is. So, but look, some people are going to see the stock and think it's, think there was a great opportunity. There are probably people that made money on it, probably people that lost money on it. But, pretty clean up move too. And one bottoming shadow here that was kind of nasty. That was really it. And FRGE made a nice move here up to that 450 level, but could not get through and then really sold off afterwards. Definitely, definitely a tradable move. Not necessarily easy, especially when you see these bottoming shadows like this. You're up at 440 or so, and then you get whipped down to 420, on a 5-minute candle. Not ideal, but if you're one of those people that realizes, like me, stocks have personalities. FRGE has that personality. This is what it does. So, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What we do isn't easy. Sometimes the charts are a little nicer looking as we're trying to get in the trade. Sometimes they're not as nice looking, but that's just, the way trading goes. And I'll run down some other stuff that I was looking at in just a second. I see a few things coming in here. SRNE. Well, biotech stuff's really hard to hold overnight because, massive gap downs and things like that. SRNE. You know how I feel about downtrends. I mean, anytime a stock looks like this, not going to feel great about the chart. That's all there is to it. You can throw in, maybe we've got a base here to build off of, but I'm going to want to see some higher lows and lower highs, or higher highs, to build off of. So there, nothing to comment there. It's extremely liquid stock, but there's not volume in it. But I mean, look, nice day trade today. That's for sure. So, we could see again. There's another one there. I know. I like this even less than SREN. I mean, look at that move down, and then is it going to get up? No, it's fading again. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this has support at $0 essentially. There's nothing I like about that at all. EBS. And no. But, there's nothing here. It's a falling knife. I'm not about catching falling knives. Bargain hunting for stocks is not the same as bargain hunting for clothes, So, yeah, there's nothing there that I like. Jack, sorry if you already discussed, but can you repeat again why you don't use relative scan filter, relative volume filter? Yes. It's not that I don't use it, but I don't use it for this particular way that I day trade, because while I like to see stocks that have high relative volumes, what about stocks that don't have high relative volumes, but they're just creeping nice all day? Look at this. Look at Riot's chart, right? Look how beautiful that chart is. A pullback, and we're going again, right? Look how nice that day chart is. Look how much volume is in that. Look how liquid that stock is. That thing just traded. It's going to trade 18 million shares by the time the day is done, right? But look at the relative volume. It's only doing 1 1/3 what it's normally doing. So it's doing 1/3 more than it's normally doing to this point in the day, essentially, is what it's saying. Now, if the volume picks up here into the close, you'll see this go up. If it stays exactly the pace that it's been, this will stay the same. If it drops, you'll see this drop. So, we're seeing a drop in volume here, as a matter of fact. So we might see this actually go down even to 1.35 or 1.34, right? So if I was scanning for stocks that were like really cruising, doing 3, 4, 5 times what they were normally doing for volume, I'd never see the stock today. I've never seen it. And the same would have gone for, what else? No. Same would have gone for that. Not that this was an amazing opportunity, but there's certainly an opportunity to be had there. TBLT. This is going to be like a 0.3, or not even 0.3. Look at the relative volume in that. The stock traded over 2 million shares today. 0.23 relative volume. I mean, nice little move here off this, holding at that 260 and a move. Now, is it a move that I would have traded? No, but there are people that might have, and using the scanner, they'd have never seen that. APRN. Now this one was humming with some good volume today. This one had no volume in it, right? There's enough, relative volume's a 30-day look back, give or take. There's some caveats to the 30-day look back, but it's a minimum of 30-day look back. This has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days of volume to go back on. All right. So, we'd have never seen this if we were using the relative volume filter and using it for a high number. So there's just no point for me. I don't want to filter on that, So that's why I leave it out of that. There's other things that I might do or I have done in the past where, yes, I do want to see the stock is humming along for sure. But currently right now, I don't. And that, that could adjust next week or next year or next month. But for right now, that's where that is. Yeah, we just covered Riot. It's on here on the scanner. We've covered it a whole bunch. I've covered it 4 times now. So great, great looking day chart. Terrible looking daily chart. Great looking intraday chart right now. I think Bitcoin's in big trouble and it's all speculation. I don't care what anybody says. There's no real world use for Bitcoin. You can't use it everywhere you go. Just because maybe one business in every 10 towns accepts some Bitcoin, that is not real world use. So until they really find some real world use for Bitcoin, as far as I'm concerned, it's nonsense. Am I saying you can't make money with Bitcoin? That's not what I said. What I'm saying is it's not investable. Not for me anyways. If you've got tons of money, great. You want to invest in it? Awesome. By all means. If you're a believer in it, you got some reason for it, far be it from me. When I make my first 50 million, I'll probably love to find something like Bitcoin to invest in. Until then, it's a huge speculative play that and putting any money in that you can't afford to risk is irresponsible. So great day trading vehicles though. Without a question, great day trading stuff. Runs all in technical analysis. There's no fundamentals to any of this stuff. And, for my inflation, well, Bitcoin's a protect against inflation. Yeah, okay. Well, your charts say differently. So what filter would have brought all those examples up? Well, just the scan. I'll share the scan with you. So let me just find it. Relative strength from the open race share. And here's the other thing with Bitcoin too. We're in a bear market. People are going to be a lot more careful what they put their money in and invest in and all those things like that. People have less money to invest. And so this isn't the environment where people will be putting money to work in Bitcoin. When the next bull run comes along, because it will come along, and if Bitcoin still exists by then, I suspect there'll be a lot of people putting money back into Bitcoin. And like I said, if you have that that kind of disposable income and you have models and reasons for it being a legitimate investment, you should absolutely be investing in Bitcoin then, if that's what you believe and that's what you think, But, as far as I can personally tell, trade's all on technical analysis. Bear market came for everything, including digital assets. And that was just the way it went. I was just messaging to Stephen Barry. Well, Pixie with nonsense, Barry says. What's that nonsense going on? Whoa! Saw this in the pre-market gapping up. I was doing some troubleshooting on someone's scans in the pre-market. Because I don't really look at action in the pre-market. It doesn't matter to me what a stock's doing in the pre-market. But I noticed this in their pre-market scans. Crazy. This thing must have reverse split like 30 times. I mean, look at this. Lifetime high of 46,000. I don't know if anybody's around for the days with those shippers like Dries and those companies, and they're doing all those crazy reverse splits. Yeah, you got it, Jack. Of course, my pleasure. Oh, and sorry, here. Let me show you. Let me show you what I did with that scan. So, and this is the way racing works and why I love racing so much. So I told this scan, I want you to find me stocks between $2 and $100. They traded at least 250,000 shares on the day, 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. And I put a 15 in the 5-minute percent just to make sure the stock has got some action in it during the day. That, it doesn't need to be a lot, but I just want to make sure the stock isn't staying still, that there's some volume into it. Doesn't need to be anything crazy, just, a little bit's trading. That's all. I don't want to see stocks that traded, 4 100,000 share lots and then they're not trading anymore. And then I said, basically to that scan, once you found me those stocks, I want you to sort them and order them from top to bottom, the ones that have the biggest change from close to the lowest change from close, in that order. And then I told them I want you to race them based on those metrics, essentially, based on the change from open order. And so even though, so this is the order that they're in by the sorting, and then start them all even, and whichever one is moving from the change from open the most now is what I want to see leading the races. And that's why I really enjoy the races, because they're just showing me live now. This is what is happening now, not what happened in the past. So, TBLT making another move here into the close. Big move, big volume too. And for this to have big volume, now note this. When we looked at this just a few minutes ago, it was at 0.23, right? It's at 0.28 now. So that volume was increasing. Jack, yes, I use 3-minute races because first I picked 3 minutes arbitrarily. I had no logical reason behind that whatsoever. And then as time went on, I started to think, well, what do I want to race on? What number? And I said, well, I like looking at 15-minute charts. So that means there's 5 races per 15-minute chart at 3 minutes or 15-minute bar. And so then, I came up with a reason for it. I'm sorry. No, Michael Anthony, I didn't particularly care for SRNE. I didn't care for any of those charts, but SR, if I had to pick one of those charts out of all of them, it'd be SRNE, but it's still in a downtrend. It's a bio stock. So I don't, biotech, I don't care for it, generally speaking. Mike C, what's happening? Yeah, and here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with cryptocurrencies. I mean, cryptocurrencies, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, are no different than baseball cards or stamps. You can make the argument that, yes, there's historical value to baseball cards or stamps or anything like that. But in the end, I can't walk into a store and buy food with a baseball card, and its value, like everything else, is only what someone else is willing to pay for it, right? The same thing applies to Bitcoin. I can't walk into a store and buy food with it, and its value is what someone else will pay for it. Now, does it have the historical, aspect that baseball cards or stamps has? No, it doesn't. There's no nostalgia. Looking at a Mickey Mantle card, and I went to a Mickey Mantle game in 1961 or something like that, or whatever. Whatever. Just as an example, but many of those concepts apply, I think. So there's, I don't want people to confuse it like, oh, he hates crypto and, crypto's garbage. That's not it. For me, crypto, it doesn't have a real world value. So I don't have an investment thesis to it. There's certainly a day trading value to it. And that there's no question about that. Where is the change from open scan? I just shared it a second ago, but I'll share it again there, Doc. So there it is again. Second shot at it. For some reason, it's not going through. There we go. Do you know what miners do on Bitcoin? No, actually, Michael Anthony, I don't have a clue what those companies do, to be honest, Michael Anthony. I just know they're called Bitcoin miners. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about them. Got it. All right, perfect. And the trade is made only off the daily and 15-minute chart, or you glance at shorter time frames? I look at 5-minute time frames too. I have a 5-minute chart here. I go back and forth. I take a look at that. I like to match things up. I like when things are fractal. Like, look how nice and fractal this looks here. Very similar patterns playing out. You know, very, very close, very similar patterns. I like fractal patterns. And I like when the moving averages become fractal on them too. Fractal's powerful to me. Yeah, and those NFTs, exactly.
AKLI.
Sorry, I was sorry, Barry was messaging me something. Chris, I thought about Bitcoin. A pawn shop won't take Bitcoin, but will take gold and silver and something of value. Yeah, exactly. You know, and I'm not crazy about gold and silver either. But yes, you're right. You could walk into a pawn shop and seeing Pawn Stars, that show that used to be on the History Channel there. Yeah, you can walk in there and get money for gold, you know, gold watch or anything like that. But, you know, Bitcoin has, you know, literally has nothing like that. So, and again, you know, it's not a knock on Bitcoin. It's just that, like I said, it's a lot of money to risk on something that has a very uncertain future. Now, Bitcoin may be the catalyst that ends up, you know, bringing out some kind of other kind of digital currency or wallets or something like that governments go with. There's all kinds of good or bad thing, good and or bad things that could come from that. That's, you know, that's a discussion to have at your dinner table with your close friends or family. Not for me here. But, you know, Bitcoin could end up being the catalyst for other major things, good and or bad. You know, I think that's a case with a lot of things where, you know, the first of something is the one that fails, but launches everything else that from it that becomes successful. So, I mean, you know, it's up 36 cents today. That's 13, almost 14%. So, or it was up like 15% a moment ago, you know, up to here. It's dropped a few cents in the after hours. So, yeah. All right, so that was that. Apron closed very strong. It looks like, yeah, closed pretty strong here. The market closed really strong. I didn't even realize that. Take a look here. Market overall, so nice close. I should just put that on the big chart, right? Again, I would love for this bear market to end. 2 days in a row with that sell-off, whatever that sell-off was. It's really interesting. Can't help but notice that, again. And look, we're gonna get something like this again, right? Something like this will lead us into the next bull market, right? Why not today it starts, right? Hey, why not? I still think we are not going there, but I would like it if we did. I'll be happy when we do. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Mike C, I do not know one person that has made it big in Forex trading. The couple of Forex traders that I've ever met, or at least that claim to be Forex traders, let's just say that they didn't look like they were winning Citizen of the Year. Let me put it that way. So it seems to be the way with a lot of Forex traders that I've come across. But I'm sure there's plenty of big time Forex traders out there. I think Michael Noss trades some Forex, if I'm not mistaken. But he is not currently around. He's off for the week. But the next time you run across him in one of the live streams, he might, if you have questions about it, he might be able to answer. I mean, I just know a little bit about it that I have to know for the CMT curriculum, but that's really it, the pips and all that stuff. But, Forex markets never sleep, so that's why it's so appealing, because people all around the world can trade it at all times of the day. Soros Forex trader. Okay, yeah. I've never met him. I met a few interesting individuals, in the trading world in general. So let's do a quick run around the horn here and some other stuff that I was looking at. And if anybody has any other questions, fire those away, please. I'm just going to kind of, fill the time with, going over some charts here otherwise. But so we talked about TCRT yesterday. I'm just kind of grinding higher all day yesterday. And then today, poked its head up here, put a base. So, okay looking chart. Now, one person is going to say it's extended. Another person says it's ready to go. Who's right? Time will tell. What else? We kind of talked about Apron a little bit here already. Apron was one of those ones today you had to be patient with. That was definitely tough. A lot of topping and bottoming shadows on that. That was not an easy one. INVZ, that came through for me. That was tough. Made a big move up and a big move down. If I was bumping my price alerts around, sometimes I try to bump a price alert. I see something interesting like this. That would have been an interesting level to me here. I had other things I was looking at that was more interested, but break of that level could have been interesting on a rebound after that move up and move down. So definitely something to have been worth watching. MNND came through a couple of races. Okay, had this big move right there. I don't know what that was about. And then kind of just went sideways. Finished strong on the day. So a big downtrend, unfortunately. So STBX. We talked about that because it's won a bunch of races. It won a bunch of races in the top tens. Some okay moves to be had there. We talked about Nat and some other shippers recently. Excuse me, just want to answer this message. There wasn't really much to be said here today. That move down and move back up. This one looks like it's not a dynamic mover, but never know, could have its day. AZRE didn't do a whole lot today. Yesterday had a nice rebound day from whatever was going on here. So, again, a big downtrend. So big falling knife and all that. It's, not something I'm interested in long term, but if it's got volume, it's got interest, and there's a day trade to be had there. Nice 2-day move out of it. Chris, on most charts like TVLT and even others you have looked at today has 2 nice candles, but there any reason to keep having more nice candles? I mean, not as far as I can tell. There's no interest in it. They're liquid stocks, but they're not. There's no volume. As I talk about the difference between volume and liquidity. So no, I mean, unless some news release comes out. But again, then you're trading news and not trading technicals, and that's not what I do. So there's nothing. TBLT. There's nothing there. Stocking's a very long downtrend. All right, if there's something going on here that's behind the scenes, that's insiders buying or something like that, or some kind of insider trading or whatever, someone knows something, there's no way for us to know that. So someone could, this thing could wake up, we could wake up tomorrow and the thing could be at 20 because a buyout was happening or because some big news happened or anything like that. But there was no way for us to predict that, right? As far as I can tell, up, down, up, really down, up, really down, up, really down. So, I think we see a pretty clear pattern. As far as I'm concerned, this has support at $0. And it may have a big bounce for all I know, but it's not in the charts. So I have, outside of a day trade, I have zero interest in that stock. I do talk swing trading when we're in a more swing trading environment. For me personally, it's not a swing trading environment right now. There's people that will probably listen to me and say, oh, he's crazy. There's lots of great swing trades out there. That's fine. You're right. There's plenty of stuff here. Watch this. Look at this. Look at SO. Just beautiful, Nice sideways move and a sell-off, and then a big rebound, right? So lots of day trading, lots of swing trading could have been done on the stock over the last year, I'm just, I don't want to take risk home. Look at, I want to bring up I'll bring this up now. Too much swing trading is tied to the market itself. And when the market's doing that, look at this, very clear what the trend is overall here, right? And look at these gaps that have gone on, right? I don't feel like sitting, with a ton of money put to work overnight and wondering, is the market going to gap down big tomorrow? So, right now, I just don't have an interest in really looking at swing trading setups. When we start to look like we're moving from a bear market, or also if we start to get another rally like we did here, it doesn't even have to be a rally that ends the bear market, but if it's a nice bull run and it looks like it's going to sustain, I might take a few shots at some swing trades. When this rally happened, I was getting ready for vacation here. I was on vacation here, and I came back from vacation here, and I said, gee, that's a really big move in 2 weeks. And I don't think I want to put money to work long term after such a big move. I want to let the market sit sideways and digest and see what happens. And then my couple of days were up and the market sold off. And so, my instincts were right to sit and wait and see what happened. The next time we get a move like this, hopefully I will not be getting ready for a vacation. And I'll get, if I could participate in this part of the move from here to here, if I could get this part of the move, I'd be very happy with that. So you can certainly, go over some charts from swing trading scans that I have. NASDAQ completed its intraday buy target. Cool. Very good. Very good. NASDAQ was up 70 points today. So 0.6%. I'm guessing it had a big sell-off as well in the midst of the day. Yep, big sell-off. Right back down to that level again. Just that key level. What was the news on Lyft? I have no idea. I didn't even know there was news on Lyft. I don't look at the news, so it wasn't earnings, I can tell you that. There's no news on it, just a rumor, I guess, apparently. This is the rumor. There you go. Shares of Lyft spiking up 9.5%. Traders attributing move to unconfirmed chatter circulating on social media from questionable source. Doesn't even tell you what the chatter is. So no news. There's no news on Lyft as far as I know. Not that it matters to me, but it's another prime example. Selling off. We're rallying. We sold 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 off. We really sold off. We're still selling off. We're rallying. We sold off. That's falling knife right there. No interest in that stock. A day trade, sure, of course. Long term, I don't see anything there. Is there a market profile indicator in this program? There's what we call our compare count windows. You can do some fun things with these. Fun. You can do some interesting things with these. This one here is, I have it sectioned off to different market caps, and then it's looking at new highs versus new lows, essentially. Green line is new highs, red line is new lows, and it gives you, a percent here, and this updates in real time throughout the day. So, if we were to look here, bring up a SPY chart on this intraday chart here. At 350, we could see a really big move. And what did we see here? Really big move, right? So, it's a good way to look at market pulse. I like to look at this about 15, 20, 25 minutes in the market and see what way things seem to be leaning, bullish or bearish at the time for the overall market. And that kind of helps dictate, is it a risk on or risk off day on the day trades? Doesn't mean it's the end all, but it's just part of the puzzle. And you could do some other, you could do a lot of things with these here. If you want to learn more about the compare count windows, anybody wants to learn more about them, let me get your little blurb on those. Again, from our user guide that Stephanie did. Absolutely phenomenal job she did on the user guide here. Boom, right there. So there's that. I think this is there's a lot of ways you can do things with this. So just to show you, all the windows will be the same on this, with the exception the market cap changes on them. But on the green data, which is our bullish data, what I've done here, and this is actually Jamie Hodge created these windows, not me. I've got new highs selected, and then those new highs have to just have, the stock's got to be doing about 3 times what it's normally doing for 1 minute volume. So we don't want things that are junk making new highs. We want to see stuff that's, that are market participants making new highs. We have a distance from inside market to make sure we get rid of any bad prints making new highs, so we don't see any garbage prints either. This EPS filter is in here just to weed out ETFs. and then market cap. And all those scans, it's 4 scans technically that are in here. All 4 of them look exactly the same except for the market cap. So we can compare larger caps to smaller caps and how things are moving. So kind of like market breadth. And, I find it very interesting. I find it very helpful, to be honest. Some people like it. Some people don't. Some people have never even looked at it. So let me know if happy that kind of answers what you were looking at there, and if you have more specific questions or I wasn't clear about something, let me know. We've got a couple of minutes before I have to hit the road. How bad is SWBI earnings, which I think report looks like SWBI earnings bad. SWBI. Smith and Wesson, right? Woo, buddy. That's fun. Yeah, they reported today after the market. Nuts, terrible looking chart. A big bomb going off. Yeah, terrible looking chart. That's all there is to it. There's not really much else to comment on it. Whatever the earnings were, the market hated it. There you go. So Smith & Wesson Brands, non-GAAP EPS of 11, misses by 9, revenue of 84, misses by 45 million. So, I mean, they really missed. They really blew it. Really blew it. So, buttons. It's from our compare count window. And again, here's a blurb on it from the user's guide that you can check out. But, if you wanted to mess around and start creating your own, first I would say, look at that link that I gave you, but you can go new, you can go compare count window, and you configure the green data and then the red data. And it's like a comparison. It's a comparison. So mostly it's used to compare new highs versus new lows. So at its core, it's an alert window configuration. And then, you can pick the alerts that you want. And then you can set filters that you want too. Oh, you checked them already? Yeah. That was really bad, Michael Anthony. You're right. You weren't kidding. Earnings are bad. So, that's the name of the game. Sometimes your earnings are good, sometimes they're bad. Unless you're Apple, then your earnings are apparently always good. So that is, as they say, that. One could say that. Perfect circle, and anybody that knows me knows I like a good pun. I like punny things. They did, in fact, shoot themselves in the foot. So, anyways, yeah, that's that on the compare count windows there. And like I said, it's a good way to get a market pulse, essentially. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? RIVN. Is that Rivian? RIVN. Just coming through the stock races today. I gave a double look at this one first. Yeah, I gave a double look at this one. It's in this long-term downtrend right here, but it's off that low there, and then it had that pullback after earnings, and it's doing this here. This is Jeff Bezos, right? This is a Bezos play. Hard to bet against that dude. I still think EVs are a long way from dominating the market. Obviously, there's a huge push for them and all those things like that. And I'm not going to talk about the economics behind it and how realistic it is or isn't. But the bottom line is they got to be charged. The power grid is nowhere near where it needs to be in the world. That's just a fact. And then on top of that, what do you do for in cities where people are parking all over the streets and apartment buildings that have parking lots now, all these, apartment buildings, you're going to force them to put chargers into their parking. You know what I mean? So like, there's a lot of hurdles to still get there for it. But they're here. I think EVs are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. They're certainly not a fad. I don't think they are anyways. I think we've come too far on any of it. I think there's too many people in power or invested in them at this point. So that, it's going to happen. More and more. It's not a terrible looking chart. You got this kind of base in here. You got you got that up day and it gives it up. And then, yesterday was, yesterday was an up day in the market. This didn't participate necessarily in it, but today, it made up for it because this big gap up and then a continuation after that. So, gap moved up, came back down here towards the top of that gap and kind of really took off. So, very liquid stock, nice volume in it, not bad looking chart. Am I buying it? No, I'm not buying it, but I don't hate it. Yes, I will definitely do that, Mike C. I'll definitely drop my phone number in there. Definitely drop my phone number. You as well, Mike C. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Appreciate it. And then announce partnering with Mercedes-Benz in Europe. Oh, okay, cool, Peter. Thanks for dropping that in there. All right, so there's news involved today. All right, cool. That's Mercedes is a big deal, right? Mercedes and Jeff Bezos. Hard to not look at that stuff. Did DOCO. I don't know anything about them, but I don't know. DOCO, I don't know who that is. I don't have data from them. I'm not really sure what that is there. So I think that's going to do it for me, though. I got to hit the road here in a moment, so no overtime today. Market thought. We've got a couple-day rally going on here. We'll see if we can't extend that a little bit here onto a Friday. That would be nice, right? Close out the markets green on the week and the day on Friday. That'd be pretty good stuff. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate the feedback. Always appreciate that feedback. Like to hear that. For those of you that don't know, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, other than when I'm off. When I take a vacation, but I only take a few of those. I take one of those a year essentially, so I'll be around for a while, barring anything unforeseen. I do this every day at 3:30. We talk scanning. I really do this to talk about the software, but if people aren't asking software questions, we'll just talk charts and run through some stuff and what I saw and what everybody else saw and things like that. Tomorrow's Friday. As far as I know, Andy is back tomorrow, or maybe he's not back tomorrow. I don't know. If Andy's not back tomorrow, you get a double dose of me. That's for sure. Barry will have the, both sides. There's two sides of the stream open. Barry runs it from two sides, and he gives up the YouTube side at noon Eastern. And then he retires for the day at 3:30, and I take over just the YouTube side. He shuts down the traders room side at 3:30. So he'll have this all open back up around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. He'd do a little rundown on the pre-market and, some upgrades and downgrades, a few things he goes over like that, of course. And then you have me back here at 3:30 tomorrow to wrap out the trading week. And that's everything I got. So, I like to call Thursday Friday Junior, right? So I want to just thank everybody for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions, positive feedback. And yep, Michael Anthony, I did SRNE 3 times for you. Sorry if you missed it, but I don't like it. Overall, I don't like it. It's mostly in a downtrend. It's got a little bit, it's got a little bit of an uptrend the last couple of days, but that's it. So I don't like stocks and downtrends. That's how it is. So yeah, so to tomorrow Friday, today Thursday. So again, I thank everybody for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. We will do this all again tomorrow, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Thursday wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. Take care, everybody.